Did that work? Oh, it did work. Pause. What is up, chat? That was my neck. That was also my neck. Those are my fingers. Shorty getting energized. Living life wasn't like a on her inner thighs. What's up? Hello. Him, thank you for the gift this up. Not gift this up. Thank you for 15 months. I can't read. I'm missing another one. EJ Ackroyd, thank you for the 23 months. And of course, Boggles, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, that's gonna be the chance of the cards. Maybe before I retire forever and ever. It'll happen. Most likely not, but ow, gosh freaking darn it. But how are y'all doing? Also, a hype train has started, so as Twitch says, cheers, sub, and gift if you want to boost the hype train. Cause you know what? I know it will make y'all hype.
This is for Hillary.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves.
One more time for the one time.
Into motion.
Like how a single word can make a heart open.
I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I was screaming loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is our fight song.
Take back our life song. Prove we're alright song.
Phil Franco.
My power's turned on.
Jiggle and Kelly.
Starting right now, I'll be strong.
Hillary Clinton.
I'll play my fight song.
Drive a Modern Family.
And I don't really care
AOC.
if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a
I don't know
lot
who
of
this
fight
is.
left in me.
Losing friends and
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Left in me.
We need a new superhero. Why did he put her in this outfit? Why didn't he put her in her regular pantsuit? Like, it would have been okay.
Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep.
Well, it's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream loud tonight.
Can't you hear my voice this time?
This is our fight song.
Hillary Clinton.
Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song.
Always doing too much.
My power's turned
At first,
on. Starting right now.
uncreative back up. Like I know.
I'll play my fight song.
And I don't really care if nobody
Can't believe she didn't win with this chat.
believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of
Can't believe it.
It take a village to raise a child, prepare him to run a nation. We got some hard choices, but together we gonna make it. We living in history. America, take a bow. We about to show the world that women are equal now.
I love that even in the Hillary Clinton song, they have a line that says we have some hard choices. Acknowledging that nobody wants this. Like, oh man, it's such a hard choice. Do we have Donald Trump or do we have Hillary Clinton? But I guess we'll choose Hillary Clinton this time.
like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves
Jacob's notorious.
into motion. Like how a
Jacob
single
Kelly.
word can make a heart open.
Is it crazy to say that he dresses like Hasan at the time? 2015? 2016?
I might only have one match,
Wait, this is 107 days? I think this is when Kamala Harris started running. It was July 26th, 25th or something, 2024. So this is around the same exact time. Never change, DNC. Never change.
But I can make an explosion.
This is
Everybody
our
down?
fight song. Hey, take back my life song. We're alright song. My gun was turned on, starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. I still got a lot of faith left in me.
This is for Hillary.
Go, Hillary.
They had Sia too. How did she lose? I can't believe it. I don't understand it. How did she lose? Anyway, what's up, chat? Hello. Good morning. Welcome in. I died of cringe. What do you mean you are now alive? Full of not cringe. Because it was such a great song, right? This is our fine song. Take back our light song. Prove it your right song. My hand is turned and the to be strong. Okay, hold on. Now this is content. You see this story? I saw, I don't know what that is. I haven't clicked it yet, but I saw this just now about the top people of the Canary mission. Meet the top content producers linked to the Canary mission from Dropsite News. Y'all see this? I did see the Mr. Beast thing, yes. And honestly, I believe it, bro. There's a few candidates on my list for who are the antichrists in this world right now, currently. Right? Trump's obviously pretty high up there, but I think he's a little bit too stupid. Netanyahu's like pretty solidly up there, and then Mr. Beast is like, he's shot to the top of the list recently. Also, his hair is a mess. And he has gray hair, and he's my age, bro. Being a evil incarnate person, like, ages you. Like milk. We'll cover the Mr. Beast thing as well. Here. I'm not freaking talking about that. We talked about David. Covered this. I think we covered this. Anyway. So there's a few things I want to talk about. And we'll get to all the news and stuff in a second. Also, shout out YouTube chat. YouTube chat's here now. They're here today. You never did David? No, we did. We said he was arrested. We covered it the day he was arrested. I don't really care what nobody else believes. I still got a lot of fight left in me. Let's talk about Tucker Carlson. Sorry, my Twitter is loading. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep. Let's talk about the 5th Democrat this session to die in office. So let's talk about that. And the fact that, like, if we had a flipped Congress, right, where we had all the Republican seats, we had like 217 and they had 213. We would be in the minority right now. That's the funniest part, is that, like, we could be in the position the Republicans are right now, and we would now be in the minority with all the Democrats that have died in office. So we'll get into that discussion. And all the things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. We'll get into Contrie Points because there was apparently a Contrie Points profile thing. Does anybody have a link to that? It's like 2 hours. I think it's 3 hours. So we won't watch all of it, but there's like apparently a good section in it. Try to sneeze. All the things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I'm trying to find. I can't find it. Oh, looking. When a clip of her talking about Hasan. This is about the Congressional Black Caucus being old. The other day, the first person to bring it up. This is true, and it's.
Sean, the Black
I'm also
says
confused
she's
why
my
Contrie
African
Points is even
princess.
getting like interviews
Yes,
and stuff.
Dunk just
Like it's not like she's
subscribed.
doing anything. Go study for the 18 months. Thank you, Demasius. I don't know what I was trying to look for. It was Doom Scroll. That's what it was called.
The West has
I was trying to
fallen.
think
Why?
about-
Because of like did
Wait, what? The West has fallen is how it starts?
the West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man? Right? Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. Like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
Really?
She's quoting like people.
yeah. It's
Wow.
like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
See, they got me. They got me. I was pulled in immediately from the first line. I was like, what is she talking about? We have been clickbaited. We'll get into it. But before any of that, it's time to talk about the really important news and the reason why you all are here. This is our fine song. Take back our light song. Prove me alright song. My power's turned down. I can't even look at it? Okay, well, I can't show them this. I can show it on here, though. The really important news is we're going to the... Yeah, we'll get this as well, because really this is making a lot of people mad as well.
I
But
forgot
before we
for
get to this, I got into school. We're going to school, baby. So we're going to get my master's in political science. They did deny me for the PhD program, unfortunately, but you know, I'll take it. You go into the Howard dorms, they had to vacate. Why would I, as a grad student, go live in the dorms? I refuse. I'm living off campus like a normal person. Ugh. You never know a spot could open up. That happened with my major. Do you like DC? I've been to DC like 3 times. I think maybe 4 times. It's okay. I'm not like anti-DC. It's expensive, bro. Like I saw some apartments that cost more than like LA apartments, bro. It's craziness. Um, did you have to present anything? I don't know how that works. No. Go to Atlanta? I'm not going to Atlanta. That's not happening. But I did promise that I'd let y'all read my what's it called? Personal statement if I got in. So I'll post it somewhere. I can read it. I think it's interesting. You still graceful with the stream for time or will you be gone? I don't know, bro. Probably. I guess it depends. You know. Oh, and second thing, also I applied for the summer lead position. So we'll see about that as well. Hope you get it. I mean, we'll see. Because then I have a decision to make. Because that position's full time. And I'm going to school. And I was waiting for them. They finally sent me my information so I can finally log in to the portal so I can see what classes I would need to take, when the classes are, and how much time commitment it is. You know? That's what we see it's going to be like your education. I mean, it could be like they're looking for something specific. We'll see. I applied for it. So, I don't know. It's kind of crazy because like I told myself when I graduated from college the first time, not high school, got my bachelor's, I was like, I'm not going back. And yeah, times change. They're different, you know? So, that's the 2 points of this point.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
And it's funny because like I got in.
RK Monkey just subscribed.
Between me applying and getting accepted was within a month. Because I decided to apply a month before the applications were actually due. And I applied. And one person didn't even do the recommendation that I asked them to do, and they said that they would do it. Some people will be unreliable. But it's fine. RK Monkey, they were the 11 months. And the application is technically closed a week ago, on like the 15th. And I was reading through the email that I got, because I was like, when am I supposed to hear something back? And they were like, oh, if you could, send your transcripts here. And I was like, I already sent my transcript. They're like, they reply to this email with your transcript information that you like, the confirmation that you sent it. I'm like, they told me that you got it. Why do you need my confirmation? But I was like, whatever. So I emailed them. I was like, here's my confirmation code. And they got back to me in like, I think it was like 30 minutes being like, you've been accepted into the master's program. Not the PhD program, F you. I'm like, okay, hold on, chill. So, yeah. We'll see. I want to eventually get my PhD. That would be cool. It'd be sick. And to be fair, it is pretty interesting that I'm kind of glad I got it though, because again, I still didn't qualify on paper. In some regards, so I'll take what I can get. Yeah, because I'm super cool and awesome and sick. But I mean, bittersweet announcement is not anything new. I said it before. That once I go to school, my streaming is going to be done. I'm not going to be streaming anymore, or at least I'm not going to be streaming as like a full-time thing. So we'll see what life takes. Depending on the funding situation, I might need to stream in order to pay for my schooling. So then you'll have to have me. But if I'm able to get this other position that I want, I would do that above streaming. So working on comics though, not really, honestly. I have a lot more other stuff I'm working on. But I will get it done. I will work on my comic book eventually at some point. Should I get qualified without going back to university, but it's tough. I get that. But you kind of need to go to university to become a professor, which is what I want to do. in like my full time, like my career. You know what I mean? I don't want my career to be a streamer. No offense to the streamers out there, but that's not what I want for my career. Was the interview good? I haven't seen it yet. So, we want Z-Way. When is the Z-Way interview dropping? I also want to see this. And there's one more. There's this from this lady.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Truthseeker 1863 just subscribed.
Truthseeker, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. I'm cringing in advance of the Z-Way interview. Because I streamer, but I'm happy you're pursuing your dreams. I mean, you'll find another streamer. It'll be there. And I'm not going to be gone forever. I'll probably still be tweeting. And best case scenario, I convince the faculty, my professors, to let me do research on the Twitch space as it pertains to politics. And then I can stream as a part of my
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Double
Hello
dipping.
_web just subscribed.
Boom. Because I hear you're leaving. Well, technically, I'm going to school. So, whether that's leaving or not, it's still in the air. Like, as in, like, whether like I'm officially like hanging up the channel, you know, or whatever. I will definitely not be streaming as much as I stream now, and even now I'm like part-time streamer at this point. Please consider a series of Professor Sean videos if you don't live stream, depending on how I feel. I was thinking about doing a video on, I don't know if y'all seen on Twitter, there's this discourse right now happening with like Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism. And so I decided to read it because I was like, I want to know what the discourse is about. And I think it just makes white people mad because it says what I say all the time. Yeah, I'll let you in on a few of the notes that I put in for the first few pages that I started reading. Because I'm not a particularly fast reader, but I do try to read and comprehend what I read. Let's see. This is my fine song. I said one of my comments was, I can see why white leftists got upset by this book. I'm only 2 pages in and it's fundamentally true. Marx isn't exempt from being shaped by his material conditions, and his analysis was shaped primarily by his view of capitalism from a Western European lens. Not to say he needs to stop there, but it's important to note that. Because that's something that Cedric talked about in this book specifically, which is that like the way that Marx viewed and, analyzed capitalism comes through and is filtered through his lens of analyzing it from a European perspective, right? And that kind of leads out, right? And going into like Lenin as well, talking about like revolution versus the state and what resistance to the state looks like under capitalism. And it leaves out the resistance that came from like the African peoples as it pertains to oppression when you see that capitalism and racism are integrally intertwined, right? It's not something that he spoke about in the book. I think like that's true. But I can see like if you think that like Marx is like Jesus or whatever, you're like, no, he can be no wrong, right? I said a big blind spot on many things like feminism. Not to say you're wrong. I think blind spot is a good word for it. It's just like not what he was trying to tackle, and that's okay. You know, Marx was not trying to make feminist theory. Marx was not trying to make anti-racist theory, and that's fine. And you have to acknowledge that that's what that is, right? And that's why there are people who have analyzed Marx further and deeper into these subgroups, and engaging with those in their lived experience is what you're supposed to do. But people are like, no, we only listen to Marx, and if you're not Marx, we're not going to listen to you, which is kind of how a lot of white leftists position themselves. you're leaving out entire subgroups of people who are not saying Marx is bad, but who are saying Marx did not specifically tailor his analysis to the way that my people have experienced the world, and it's slightly different than the way that white Europeans experience the world. And this is how I would apply Marx in the framework of my community. And people and white leftists don't really like to engage with that dynamic, right? They say that, but I still bet they haven't read Marx. As in, like, who? I mean, to be fair, most people haven't read Marx. Like, there's a lot of Marxists who have not read Marx, you know? Like, there are a lot that do, right? But there are a lot of people, like, online, as in white leftists. I mean, yeah. There are a lot of people online who are just, like, they hear people say Marx said this or Marx said that, and they read Marx through excerpts instead of trying to engage fully with, like, what he wrote. And they're getting mad at other people, like Cedric, who's actually read what Marx wrote, and is making an analysis on that based from, a non-European experience. Man died 150 years ago. The idea that he wouldn't have modified his thinking on topics is for the birds. Yeah, it's so silly. It's very silly. I'm sure there are people before Marx or contemporary to Marx that had the same revelations but didn't speak about them or write them down. I'm sure. Right, but I will say Marx is fundamental in his analysis of capitalism. He did that very well. Like, I'm not going to say he didn't do that very well. Right? And if it takes you reading Marx to arrive at this position of, like, leftist thought, then, like, that's fine. But I think it's weird that some people position, like, this book. Again, I'm not even that far into it. I think I'm like 10 pages in. It's very wordy book. But he hasn't said anything, like, off base from what I've read so far. And I have another comment that I said a little bit later, which was, I don't remember, because this, for somebody, it doesn't show, like, in the actual book where I highlighted it. But it says, this is exactly what I've been saying. White leftists try to represent slavery as a different pre-capital mode of production, but that is inaccurate. Slave labor persisted alongside capitalism and was not distinct as a mode of production, right? So this is something that I've talked about consistently, where, like, some white Marxists try to position, like, slavery as a sort of pre-capital and therefore irrelevant to the discussion of the way that capitalism exists because it was a different system or a different mode of production than capitalism itself, right? And that's, in my opinion, inaccurate to how to describe slavery and slave labor as it pertains to its relation to capitalism, because slave labor is the highest form of exploitation that you can get to under capitalism. Right? Under capitalism, a capital owner is trying to extract the most, resources from you, the most value out of your labor, while giving you the least amount of compensation. And the height of that exploitation comes in the form of getting no compensation for all of your labor, which is what slavery is. Right, and so I think that, like, hey, that part was also on base as well. I don't know. So far, it's a pretty good book. I don't have really many complaints. What book are you reading? I'm late. It's Black Marxism: The Making of the Black Radical Tradition. Here, it's apparently a book that's starting discourse online. Is this book? Nobody is really framing it around one guy. It's his approach. What's that? I missed that. Oh, it's like someone writing on climate change and saying you have a worldview around one guy. It is weird. It's interesting. How do you feel about Black Jacobins? In what way? That is poli sci. Not usually. I have a bias against leftism. Yeah, we'll see. The reason why I chose Howard specifically, the book, I haven't read it. I like his scientific approach to social relations. It's that simple for me. I can add it to my book list if you think it's useful or relevant. I'm never against, like, reading books, personally. Some leftists are, and I do think that's weird. We're just like, I refuse to read a book. But yeah, I would before we move on, go let's some conclusions of Black Marxism. I'll look into it. But I want to read this the excerpt from the program that I got into. Because if you see this excerpt, you'll see exactly why I applied for this program specifically. So it's political science master's program at Howard. And it says, the study of political science at Howard transcends traditional disciplinary boundaries found at most other institutions. We train students in the empirical analysis of political processes, systems, and behaviors, and center the study of African American and Black diaspora politics from the study of global liberation movements and examination of Black political sphere. The MA of Political Science at Howard Graduate School prepares students to pursue study at doctoral level or careers in public affairs, policy, law, foreign affairs, research, government, and consulting. You will benefit from Howard's premier location in the nexus of American politics, policymaking in Washington, D.C. You have access to a top network of top-ranked, nationally recognized research institutions, consulting firms, think tanks, and government agencies. As a student in the MA in Political Science program, you may choose between 4 distinctive specializations: American politics, Black politics, comparative politics, and international relations. You will have the opportunity to shape your course of study in a major and minor subfield, and select between the thesis and non-thesis program of study, which requires a completion of a scholarly research paper. The Department of Political Science aims to retain and expand its position as a major source of political scientists concerned with issues impacting the lives of people of African descent. Our graduate students benefit from close mentorship with, yada yada yada. Graduate faculty notable for its political commentary across major media outlets and its wide range of research, including empirically ground comparative analysis of the state and non-state political phenomenon, study of electoral politics within the Black communities, and examination of political change, nationalist identities, and global liberation movements. So I was like, man, that seems like a pretty interesting program. So I applied for it. And the deadline was April 15th, and I applied like I think March 26th or whatever. And then I got in yesterday. How long is the program? I missed it. It's 36 credit hours. I don't know what that really means. Because my last year of college, I took 17 credit hours. So basically it was almost half of that. So it should be around 2 years, right? If I took that many. But we'll see. Because the goal is still to get my doctorate. So hopefully this is my plan. This is my plan. Hear me out. Tell me if this sounds weird. I get in the master's program. I do the master's program, right? I get all of my credit hours done. And then I transfer myself into the PhD program at the same school, right? They take 24 of the credits from your master's program, and they accept that if you get into that. And then I take that and apply that to my PhD program. And then I'm already basically a year and a half done with the PhD program. And then I just spend an extra 2 years on finishing the PhD program, and I come out of it with a master's and a PhD in like 4 years. Boom. You're gonna end diaspora wars. Guys, thank you, Amy. That sounds good. That's my plan. So I have to beg my professors to let me do this plan. I think a STEM PhD, what is 5 years if you don't have a master's, or 3 years if you have a master's going in. So basically, it's the same amount of time. Make sure you have a good supervisor for the MA and PhD. They're essential. I've heard horror stories of having bad advisors, and also bad, like, what's it called? Like the dissertation defense committees. I think it'd be cool because if it's just 5 years, I can get my PhD by the time I'm, how old am I now? 25? 30. I can still get it by the time I'm 30. I can be a 30-year-old doctor, and then once I get it, I teach for 5 years, and then once I'm 35 years old, I run for president. On the Green Party ticket with no electoral experience. It'll work. I'm telling you. To remind myself, 9 credit hours is full-time for a master's program. 36 credit hours is 4 semesters, which is about 2 years. Taking summers off from school. The question is, like, would I need to do that? Like, would I need to take some summers off? Probably would be good to do so, but I have not had summers off since I was in high school. The last time I had a free summer, not doing any work or schooling, it was my last year of high school. And so that's been about 7 years since then. Ever since then, I've worked or did schoolwork throughout the summer. Go see summers in Atlanta. I'm not going to Atlanta. Stop trying to make me go to Atlanta. There's nothing for me in Atlanta. Summer off is a misnomer in time from classes, but time dedicated to research and summer teaching. I'm telling you, right? I convinced them to let me do my research on the Twitch space, which lets me stream. So that way you guys don't have to lose me. And I can still make money off for being here. Do you have a funny question? Do you have to pay for it and work outside the office? You have to pay for it and work outside the office? Yes. From what I understand, for most master's programs, it's self-funded unless you get like a different funding source. So you pay for it by doing like assistantships or like you're doing like teaching, which I wouldn't mind doing, right? I wouldn't mind taking like an assistantship or something. Honestly, as it currently stands, I'm not too worried about paying for it because if I really need to, I just keep streaming. I just keep streaming while I'm in school, and that will basically operate as my like part-time job to fund my degree. Because he has to go to Atlanta because he's a Panthers fan. I mean, true. Master's is self-funded, but PhD is funded by the school I teach for my funding. Exactly. So I do my 2 years of master's, and I funded by you guys paying me. So y'all are paying my education. We should apply for grants. The problem with the applying for grants is it's a bit late in the funding cycle because I decided to apply last month. So there are not many things open, but I am applying. I'm doing my bestest.
I was about to go get that penny.
Katie, where the 5 get the subs? W. Katie paying for my. Don't you have your own degree to pay for, Katie? He's personally funding the degree. You apply for a doctoral program, 2 in a year, and it's funny you can overlap it and get wait. I pretty much got my free master's, been doing both at the same time. It's interesting. What school is this? It's Howard. Howard University. Gosh darn it. I should have known. Thanks, Andre. You know, I'll eat that. Hold on. I'll take that. Hold on. You got me, is what I'll say. Anyway, so yeah, that's my news. You will hate it here. I hate it everywhere, so I have not yet found a place where I'm like, I enjoy living here yet. Maybe I'll find it eventually. Maybe. Wait, gosh darn it. Now I have to consider my plans about going back to Japan. I'm supposed to go later this year. I don't like my answer. I would hate Atlanta more. Stop trying to say Atlanta. Michigan? That's not happening. Anyway, that's it. So, W, we made it. We got into school. I'll take it. What about Gary, Indiana? There's nothing in Gary, Indiana. W, we moved to Ohio. Why are there so many Ohio chatters in here? Anyway, let's get back to business. And that is, let's start with this. That one book everyone pretends to have read. We didn't watch it yesterday.
This new government policy is insane.
You're overreacting.
No, they're infringing on our rights. It's basically 1984.
Come on, dude. That's a ridiculous oversimplification. The LA Olympics were pretty chill.
The 1984 Summer Olympics were chill.
Traffic in the city got pretty bad.
When I say 1984, you know what I'm referring to, right?
It's just a phrase people use to be like, you know, government's bad.
It's a novel by George
Orwell.
Orwell. We all read it in high school. It's a novel about the dangers of fascism.
About the dangers of communism.
Hold on, it's been a while since I've read it, because I read it in high school.
Much appreciated.
We all read it in high school. And it's about government bad. Exactly. Like when McDonald's puts cameras up to record how many ketchups you take. Or like when they don't let you smoke cigarettes in the hospital. We read 1984. We read it, and George Orwell's political opinions were... Why is this section of the Wikipedia so long? Grok says he would have voted for Sinners to win Best Picture. Okay, it says he was a socialist and critical of the Soviet Union. Grok says Obama did 1984. I guess we'll never know. I do not care that much to find out. Literally 1984. Literally Animal Farm. Oh, yeah.
I did read Animal Farm. I didn't read 1984. I did read Animal Farm, though. So that was funny. That made me laugh. This also intrigues me. I'm intrigued by this.
ADOS and Diaspora Wars. Let's start.
Oh, there's another one. Every Breaking Points video? What? Okay. He's getting more political with every video.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Today we have a great show for today. Everybody today. What do we have today, Crystal?
Indeed we do. As we begin this morning, some of the most horrible news you will hear in your entire life.
Yes, it's really quite scary.
It's awful. We will be speaking to two of the leading experts in the field, hoping they can shed some insight into a number of topics, including the war in Iran.
That's right. Later in the show, our very own Ryan Grimm will be stopping by to discuss a new piece breaking down the fraught negotiations between the IRGC and the Trump administration. This is some of the best reporting that you'll see out there.
It's shocking the number of experts we have here breaking down so many important topics.
Hey, I mean, that's exactly right.
We will also be joined by viral sensation A Beach Ball with Hair. He has a surprising take on the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been blown up online lately with Rogan Sphere. Anyways, thank you everyone for discording with BraveMarks.com. Become a premium member today. We're going to do an AMA later today. But let's go ahead and get started, Crystal.
The Trump administration in a number of press conferences is downplaying the energy crisis. As usual, the Epstein class wages war and blames rising prices on, you guessed it, Joe Biden.
It's appalling. It's pure insanity. And I'm really young.
Yeah.
Like, I have no memory of the Carter administration.
Easy.
What is 9/11? I'm too young to remember.
We get it. You're young.
Look, I'll be honest. Trump has betrayed everything he campaigned for. Prices are up. The Epstein files still haven't been fully released. And we're mired in an endless foreign conflict. His administration has been a complete and utter betrayal of the working class. Are you going to reply or just going to sit there with that smug look on your face?
Who did you vote for, by the way?
I literally had no choice.
Definitionally, you did. That's what voting is.
My good friend J.D. Vance broke into my house and stole my ballot and voted for Trump.
Why did you vote for him? Like, actually.
Well, as you know, I'm scared of gay people. LGBTQIM.
There it is. Wait, I am?
Immigrants and marijuana.
Okay, that's enough.
And since you asked, no, marijuana is not a joke. I encourage all of you to watch a documentary called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Sagar.
Reefer madness, more like reefer sadness. What is going on? What is happening? Who am I?
Sagar.
Where am I? What's going on?
Sagar. Sorry, I sometimes get possessed by Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
It's amazing we've
been
been
very good
working
Tucker Carlson impression
together for as long as we have.
It's actually kind of weird.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, this also intrigues me. I'm so intrigued by it. But all these recommendations. Speaking of Tucker Carlson, we have to get into it. Tucker Carlson apologizes for endorsing President Donald Trump. From TMZ.
You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough.
It is funny that like Tucker Carlson is bringing in whoever his guest is. I have no idea who his guest is. Being like, you and I, both of us, it's our fault. I'd be like, whoa, bro, hold on. If you have guilt, you could take that guilt over there, all right? It's like when your friend gets caught in hide and seek, like, oh man, they found us. Come on out. It's a proverbial you. No, he said you specifically. He said you and I.
Mind or like you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him.
He said you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned. He's talking directly to his guest person. He's like, it's your fault. His guest is his brother. Tucker Carlson has a brother?
Implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So.
Okay, they kind of look like them. They're both equally red.
Do you think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences? We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
Right. And then to which I responded to this clip. And I said, Show me when he starts to apologize for his racist, Islamophobic, xenophobic agitprop he's been spinning for decades. Which, yeah, and I said, Trump is a symptom of a wider problem that Tucker Swanson, Fortune Carlson has added to and benefited from for years. And if he's truly apologetic, LOL, he's going to need to be reckoning with the fact that his support of Donald Trump is a tiny part of his role in this. Right? Because, like, him being like, guys, I'm so sorry for making Donald Trump. Now vote for me for the Republican Party. I'll bring us back to just hating immigrants, you know? No more money for Israel, but we'll just go back to, like, you know, wanting to kill brown people in the street. Like, you know what I mean? Let's like that. Just a bunch of, I can definitely see a Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene presidential ticket in 2028. Get ready for it, chat. They're revving it up. They are revving it up. But, like, people posting this being like, wow, see, even Tucker Carlson is jumping ship. I guess that's one thing, right? The most I would say that you can say about this is that it's crazy that the Democrats are being outflanked by Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson is very clearly disingenuous, right? But, like, don't sit here and act like Tucker Carlson actually doesn't believe any of these things. Shadow and Caroline said that they voted for Tucker last night. That's not surprising. It is surprising that somebody who watches Caroline says that. Like, he doesn't add anything. He doesn't bring anything to the table, right? And this is the problem with what I've been trying to fight back against for years at this point. When you only look at what somebody believes right now, like, you just cut out everything that they believed previously, and like, oh, well, they're saying the correct things right now, right? You're going to get people being like, I want to vote for Tucker Carlson. He's saying the right things right now, right? He's saying that we're giving too much money to Israel. He's saying that we don't care about Palestinians enough. He's saying that the Trump administration is corrupt. I'm like, no, but you have to look at what he said previously. You have to look at what he believed previously, because that tells you whether or not what he's saying now is trustworthy. Right? But some people are like, but no, he's saying the right things now. Because again, I think that the truth of it is, it's just like, what's the start of the live? Congrats on Howard. That's huge. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, chat. Who thought that I wouldn't get into school? Was in the chat if you thought I wouldn't get in. That's me. I thought I wouldn't get in. I should have known. I should have known. Real time, if they hate immigrants and assisting races, then they aren't allying. Aren't an ally. I can't read. Never doubted you. Oh, y'all should doubt me more. All right. And if you believe in me, then go ahead and drop your Prime sub here. I know you have it, and it's free for you, and it helps pay for my schooling. So go ahead and drop that Prime sub right here, right now. I'll take it. Anyway. I believe we get this early job as well. We'll see. We shall see. Joe's already rich. Give it to me. Who's rich? Who's rich? Who? Not I. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that there are some streamers who make enough money in a week to pay for my entire schooling. That's kind of crazy to think about. You know what I think about? You know what I mean? Like, they have enough disposable income to just like, to just drop in that way. I'm like, respect.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
True.
Whiskey_dog just subscribed. I believe.
Squiddy Cat, thank you for the Prime. And Whiskey Dog, thank you for the Prime as well, I believe. Thank you. I appreciate it. One day we'll get back to 1,000 subs. And once I do that, I don't have much to promise, honestly. Do a backflip or something. I don't know why I lie like that. I can't do a backflip. As a fellow broke grad student, I send my good vibes. W. What's the actual number right now? That's like 7:30. Which honestly, that's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not like dying currently. But let me tell you though. Gosh freaking darn it. The prices of living in DC is expensive. I think it's more expensive than living in LA. Because in LA, I still pay for my apartment back there. Because I'm going back there in a few weeks. I paid $2,500 for a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. In DC, that same 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 700 square feet or whatever, costs $3,000. So I don't know why life keeps taking me to the most expensive parts of the country. $1,200 a month, yeah, $2,500 a month. To be fair, it was less than that. When I first rented it, it cost like 22 something, and then they upped my rent to 25. Looking at the wrong places. Well, I kind of want to stay near the campus, theoretically speaking. And it needs to be a place that accepts pets, because I'm not leaving Nick's alone. Speaking of which, I should probably go get them from outside. They've been outside for like an hour. You know what? Here. Watch this while I go grab them real quick.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Natalie Wynn, a video essayist and content creator. I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month.
Really?
About how the left can compete with the online right. What should I tell them?
One reason I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate.
Mm-hmm.
For example, a lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah.
And
Big money, deep pockets.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that?
Mm-hmm.
I think that for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat the purpose.
Well, the
right?
NGOs.
Yeah.
Those exist.
That's true.
Liberal
that's
NGOs.
True. That's true. For a couple years now, people have been talking about like, what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, wouldn't like, do we want a leftist
I've never heard
Joe
that one
Rogan? Do we
before.
want a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. But would it be useful to have one? Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it. But so what? I mean, I think the reality, like if I will lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm going to have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere.
Right.
And I'm prepared to just deal with that.
Right.
Right. Like, I think that part of my like realistic electoralist idea about politics is accepting that I'm going to have to be in a coalition with a bunch of people I don't like. Because that's at a national election in the United States means having the support of a very wide group of people.
You're telling me that 77 million people can't belong to the same subculture?
Yeah, 77 million people are probably not going to look into the camera and say, I'm the same kind of communist you are. Like, it's never going to happen.
Which means accepting, like, vote with them.
It means accepting, like, a wide amount of ideological diversity. And I think that, I think the reason that Joe Rogan is so successful is there's this kind of, like, front of, like, I'll just talk to anyone and everyone is welcome. In practice, that's not really true because he doesn't really have very much in the way of, like, I don't think there's ever been a trans person, for example, on Joe Rogan, except maybe Blair White, a conservative, reactionary.
Jeez Louise. You see him over there? Hold on. You good, Nixie? I actually didn't even need to get them because they were just laying down in the shade. They were chilling. When did you get the second one? Well, technically, Sierra came first. Went back there. She came first. And then I got next. Nix is my dog. Sierra is the house dog. So Sierra's gonna stay here when I leave. Nix is gonna come with me. She was a hassle. I drove across the country just to reunite them. Also, Nix is bigger than her mom. Guess she takes more after her dad. To be fair, I'm taller than my mom as well. So You alright, doggy? I don't know what she's doing. I'll pay for your college, don't worry. Just swear allegiance from the official Lockheed Martin. You know I stand by Lockheed Martin, our great small bean defense contractors. Anyway. Nix, you gotta sit down somewhere, please. Hey, come here. Hey. Hey. Come here. Come here. Where you going? Come here. Hey, come here. Look at her. Oh, she's so pretty. Hey. Okay. Well, let's continue. Let's start with Mr. Beast. How about that?
Was that $250,000 right there?
He built a massive.
Did y'all see this? This video was so interesting because he did the last person to leave the grocery store gets $250,000, and then he realized 4 people wouldn't leave. He says, "Okay, if y'all stay in here for it was like 100 days or something, it was something like that. You get $1 million or something like that." He changed the challenge because he was like, "Bro, none of y'all are leaving. You know, now it's you got to stay in here forever or whatever."
Empire on viral stunts, high-stakes challenges, and giving away millions of dollars. But tonight, Mr. Beast's companies are facing a legal challenge of their own, just as Jimmy Donaldson himself took the stage at the Time 100 Summit as one of the world's most influential people. Former employee Lorraine Mavromatis filing a federal lawsuit in North Carolina, claiming she faced discrimination, retaliation, was required to work while on maternity leave, and was terminated within a few weeks of returning to the job, told she was too high caliber for the position. NBC News spoke with Mavromatis today in a broadcast exclusive.
I do not want to be silenced anymore. I really want to use my voice.
In the complaint, she alleges that she rose quickly inside the company after starting in 2022. But after recent concerns about sexual harassment, was demoted and transferred into what the lawsuit calls a division where, quote, careers go to die. Mr. Beast spokeswoman responding to NBC News, saying Mavromatis' position was eliminated as part of a restructuring, adding in a statement, quote, this clout-chasing complaint is built on deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements, and we have the
Clout-chasing complaint? What are we talking about? Outside? Outside? You just came from there.
Needs to prove it. There is extensive evidence, including Slack and WhatsApp messages, company documents, and witness testimony that unequivocally refutes her claims. We will not submit to opportunistic lawyers looking to manufacture a payday from us. The lawsuit also alleges Mavromatis was contacted to work while on maternity leave, and that the company never gave her required notice of her rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act.
Jimmy Donaldson himself, he says that you've got to get the job done, and there's no excuses.
Her suit claims she feared retaliation if she refused to work during her leave and was on a work conference call while in the labor and delivery room and traveled to Brazil for a shoot with soccer star Neymar a few weeks after giving birth.
But if Neymar wins, I will donate it to whatever charity he chooses.
No mother would want to leave their newborn baby behind to go to work, especially out of the country when you're breastfeeding your baby. That's the last thing that I wanted to do.
Documents obtained by NBC News show Mavromatis' signature on an employee handbook dated 4 days before giving birth, which laid out the company's maternity leave policies, something Mavromatis says she doesn't remember.
So you never signed any sort of FMLA documents 4 days before you gave birth?
No, I do not recall signing, and I was never informed of my rights.
NBC News also reviewed a message in which Mavromatis appears to express a willingness to go to Brazil, writing, despite being on maternity leave, I felt like it would be extremely valuable to go with you to make sure everything works out smoothly. Later asking, would there be a seat available on the jet for me?
So in my mind, I had to be there. I didn't have a choice. As my first question was, is there room for me on the jet that would make it more comfortable for me as postpartum?
I'm back. Sorry.
Donaldson himself, he says that you've got to get the job done. And
we will not submit to opportunistic lawyers looking to manufacture a payday from us.
Bro, cloud chasing lawsuit, opportunistic lawyers, manufacture a payday. Is his lawyer like Gen Z or something? Did he hire the first Gen Z lawyer? Why are they not talking normally?
The lawsuit also alleges Mavromatis was contacted to work while on maternity leave and that the company never gave her required notice of her rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act.
Jimmy Donaldson himself, he says that you've got to get the job done and there's no excuses.
Her suit claims she feared retaliation if she refused to work during her leave and was on a work conference call while in the labor and delivery room and traveled to Brazil for a shoot with soccer star Neymar a few weeks after giving birth.
Wait, I saw a clip of this on Twitter.
Neymar wins, I will donate it to whatever charity he chooses.
No mother would want to leave their newborn baby behind to go to work, especially out of the country when you're breastfeeding your baby. That's the last thing that I wanted to do.
Documents obtained by NBC News show Mavromatis' signature on an employee handbook dated 4 days before giving birth, which laid out the company's maternity leave policies, something Mavromatis says she doesn't remember.
So you never signed any sort of FMLA documents 4 days before you gave birth?
No, I do not recall signing, and I was never informed of my rights.
NBC News also reviewed a message in which Mavromatis appears to express a willingness to go to Brazil, writing, "Despite being on maternity leave, I felt like it would be extremely valuable to go with you to make sure everything works out smoothly." Later asking, would there be a seat available on the jet for me?
So in my mind, I had to be there. I didn't have a choice. As my first question was, is there room for me on the jet that would make it more comfortable for me as postpartum? I was told no, there was not room, so I flew commercial and I went there to get the job done.
The drama around one of the biggest stars in the world doesn't appear to be slowing him down as he works to expand his empire into food, toys, philanthropy, and even potentially crypto. As Mr. Beast...
What? Toys?
Racks up accolades hours after the lawsuit was filed. He was asked about company culture.
And so it's obviously evolved over the lifetime of the company, but a couple of years ago, especially now we're at 750 employees, I brought in more experienced people.
A brand built on the YouTube screen now facing serious questions about what allegedly happened behind the scenes.
All right, let's bring Chloe Molas in for more of her reporting now. So, Chloe, this isn't the first time that Mr. Beast's companies have faced legal action, right? Walk us through that.
Ryan, that's right. In 2024, Mr. Beast was sued for his Amazon show Beast Games, saying that he created an unsafe environment, and that was a class action lawsuit filed by 5 of the former contestants. That suit is ongoing. Mr. Beast and his team denied all of those allegations, and on GMA, he said that he's letting his lawyers handle that. In an interview last year, and Amazon actually picked up the show for a second season. As for Lorraine Mavromatis, in my interview with her today, she says that she is scared to speak out against somebody as powerful as Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, but her team is not backing down. And as you can see, though, I pressed her on those message exchanges about how it seemed like she was volunteering to go to Brazil. I pressed her on signing that FMLA handbook, and she says she doesn't remember signing that. And again, Mr. Beast's team denying all of this and fighting back. Ryan?
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
He actually sells toys? That's crazy. And honestly, demonic. I stand by that. Mr. Beast is the Antichrist. One more.
He's the biggest YouTuber on the planet.
I recreated every single set from Squid Game in real life.
Jimmy Donaldson, better known as Mr. Beast, has built a multi-billion-dollar empire with more than 470 million subscribers drawn to videos like these.
In this video, we are building 10 schools all around the world.
I hated that.
But this morning, a former employee is suing his production company.
I was yelled at, cursed at.
Lorraine Mavromatis claims she was subject to sexual harassment and gender bias.
I was obligated to attend one-on-one meetings at the CEO's house by myself in an upstairs room only lit by a side lamp.
Her lawsuit claims male employees would tell women to shut up in meetings and mock female participants in Mr. Beast videos. She says after returning from maternity leave, she was fired.
And the reason was, and I quote, "You are too high of a caliber for this position."
The company denies the accusations, saying the lawsuit is built on deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements. It cites messages on a company Slack channel about a meeting in which Mavromatis allegedly wrote, "I need to cancel and postpone. I'm actually in labor at the hospital as we speak." A coworker replying, "You shouldn't even be checking Slack now," sending a big hug and lots of success. Mr. Beast spoke at the Time 100 Summit.
There's a lot of attention right now on your company culture.
Yeah.
Are there things you'd like to change?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always something that people talk about. Because I started this business when I was 11, so obviously I didn't even know what that word meant back then.
Mavromatis says she has evidence to prove her claims.
Yeah, so we'll see where that goes with the Mr. Beast thing. I believe her, bro. Mr. Beast sucks. And this is not his first time being in hot water about, this sort of thing. Speaking of Mr. Beast, you know what? Let's get into it now, because I keep putting this off. Let's start it early. Let's talk about the Folding Ideas video, him being invited to the, to this.
It is 4:20 a.m. and I am up because I am flying to North Carolina to go tour Mr. Beast's studio for some reason.
Strange things happen to YouTubers all the time. In a sense, it's part of the job to put yourself in the path of weird things. You need an open mind to catch the diamonds in the rough, but it does mean that sorting through my email is often something resembling a trip to an alien petting zoo. A parade of barely identifiable nonsense and many a thing that you very obviously should not touch. Back in late October, I got an intriguing email. Do you want a most expenses paid trip to tour Mr. Beast's studio and preview Beast Games Season 2 in December?
Yes? I mean, yes? Yeah, I do, but why would Team Beast be reaching out to me, of all people? How would I have ever wound up on their radar? Critically, do they know who I am? I needed answers. So this was the question hanging over my head. Why was Team Beast reaching out to me? What was all this? What's actually going on?
And why didn't they reach out to me?
Actually, even before that, the question was more like, is this even Team Beast? And if there's some
racism, true,
scammers impersonating Team Beast, do they know who I am? Wait, no, even before that, we've got to introduce our cast of characters.
Too high caliber, true.
It may feel to many of you that Mr. Beast needs no introduction, but surprisingly he does. A lot of adults, especially those who don't interact much with boys aged 9 to 14, are maybe aware of the name but have no real concept beyond that. Mr. Beast is the online alias of Jimmy Donaldson, who heads the at present most subscribed single YouTube channel ever, eponymously named Mr. Beast. The channel and its many gaming, philanthropy, and multilingual spin-offs are run by Team Beast as the largest single organ within Beast Industries, the conglomerate company that handles all the various Mr. Beast things, from a defunct cell phone company to a cartoon. And they were asking me if I wanted to come to Greenville, North Carolina, and peek around inside their stuff. This process was kind of hallucinatory. Team Beast is understandably secretive, so details in all our communication was pretty bare bones. And while I can understand why that was the case, it left a lot of room for my imagination to run wild with potential answers. For your viewing pleasure, I've taken these theories and compiled them into an internet-friendly, numbered list. The first and most obvious theory, of course, was that this was all a scam. Not because they were doing anything scammy, but just because none of it made any sense. You want me, Dan Olson, the line goes up guy, to fly out to North Carolina to watch a couple episodes of a TV show that I'm almost certainly going to be overtly hostile towards? Surely, that was just the initial hook for a pig butchering operation. But since there wasn't an open scam, we decided it was fine to just keep talking to them until they asked for money. After all, that would also be a pretty funny video. Eventually, they did ask for personal information, but only the stuff that would actually be needed to get onto a plane, and they never asked for money, so I went ahead and got on the plane. Of course, we did try and do
You could have been kidnapped. One of the creators, with what they perceive to have very loyal and dedicated micro fandoms on YouTube adults. He doesn't specifically state this in the video, but overall, Jimmy knows this channel is dying and the demographics is aging out fast. Yeah, but this isn't gonna help. I don't think this is gonna help, personally. Right? Because in order to capture that adult fandom, you need hundreds of these channels and hundreds of these creators at minimum. It will just be easier to pivot to what the kids are watching now. Go do looks masking stuff, you know? Do mogging content or something. Shapes and colors content is always going to be appealing to kids. They love shapes and colors, you know? The question is, how do you get that in front of people?
Due diligence here. The domain the emails came from was MrBeastYouTube.com, which is a real domain, but the domain just forwards to the MrBeast YouTube channel. So on one hand, that didn't really tell us anything about the people sending the email, but also it was at least something of an indicator of legitimacy. Like, MrBeast's core audience is really young, so I'd imagine that MrBeastYouTube.com is a very common typo that Team Beast would lock down pretty quickly, specifically to avoid impersonation or scammers. And of course, the big thing that debunked this theory is that the trip was actually real. And in fact, I already told you I went, so really there's not much suspense in this theory. I arrived in Greenville without any drama and met up with the 11 other YouTubers who were part of this little tour group.
Do I recognize any of them? Hold on.
Without any drama and met up with the 11 other YouTubers who were part of this little tour group. The funny thing in this theory, though, is that everyone else on the tour had the exact same first assumption. It was literally the first point of conversation we had. And one group...
Why didn't they just try going through MrBeast's official YouTube, official social medias? Like, emails are probably the easiest way to get in contact with people. But, like, if they have a Twitter, just DM them on Twitter if possible. Right? Instead of MrBeastYouTube.com with the domain, you know? It just feels sketchy.
Group even insisted that Team Beast do a video call with them to verify that they were at least real people. Which, you know, I wish I'd thought of that. I suddenly feel like I'm at a higher risk of getting taken than I would like to believe. I should, just a sec.
And this is an ad. It's a good ad.
So.
No. Okay. If he went into like a NordVPN sponsorship, I would have been like, respect.
A printout of our somewhat insane itinerary. So 7:30, I need to be down in the hotel for dinner. What is on the back? Nothing. Okay. Even up until the last minute, my professional intuition of what this tour would look like kept getting upended. I had assumed much earlier that the tour itself would be little more than a walk and talk, followed by a vertical slice screening of big moments from the first few episodes. So the warning to be prepared for a full day was a little shocking. Theory number 2 was that this was all a stealth way of getting us into a content. Like I'd show up and suddenly Jimmy would jump out of a helicopter screaming something like, "I tricked 10 video essayists into giving me their passports. Now we're gonna find out how many shirts they can sew in a week." The email said that we were allowed to make our own content if we wanted, no pressure, but they had no plans to make Mr. Beast content of the trip at this time. So, maybe they were leaving the door open for a surprise like that. But in the sober light of day, realistically, that's just not how Team Beast does surprises. They're more on the speed of not telling participants the exact details of their solitary isolation challenge, rather than like hidden cameras. Still, the human brain isn't nearly as logical as we like to imagine, so as we toured the main compound...
It demonstrates that Jimmy has almost an impressive skill of putting money into content. When creating content, the YouTubers he invited are extremely effective at maintaining success and stable engagement in smaller budgets. And Jimmy knows to throw money at it and make it look cool, funny ideas, does a great treatment of displaying these concepts through telling his stories and experience.
And got a glimpse of a bunch of...
Or he has big number next to his name.
That's in various stages of construction and disassembly, then drove out to stand in a field and watch the core team work on a main channel Beast video. This possibility was still always in the back of our minds.
Twitter Philanthropist of the Year?
Isn't that one of Bill Pulte's fake awards?
Theory number 3, which is the first one to really have some meat to it, is that this was all a wine and dine for Beast Games Season 2. A wine and dine is pretty straightforward in concept. A video game studio or movie studio or car company or Silicon Valley tech dingus or whoever gets a bunch of reviewers, flies them out somewhere, puts them up in a nice hotel, gets them to do cool stuff, feeds them, shows them the product in an ideal context, and then tosses them some branded swag on the way out. If it's a video game, they're playing it on a computer that costs as much as a car. If it's a car, it's a trim loaded with features that aren't even for sale. If it's a robot, it's a dude in a suit. The days of the Dante Inferno guys sending reviewers $200 for positive coverage are mostly over. Companies have gotten marginally more tasteful with it, which is a shame. Bring back promotional Halo 2 branded condoms. The whole idea is really just to take the reviewer out.
I was like, what is the, I heard doorbell. I was like, what is that? It's a package. Someone's delivering something.
Out of their normal element, tailor their headspace, control the experience, and, maybe persuade them to give you a better review. So, in my case, even if this wasn't a wine and dine, even if Team Beast literally did not care one whit if any of us made a video about Beast Games Season 2, what was set up for us was still literally every component part of one. So let's talk numbers. Hotel room itself is a hotel room, but we do have a swag bag positioned under a light. So let's see what we've got. In terms of swag, we each got a hoodie, 2 t-shirts, and a hat, a Beast Labs toy, a bag of meat snacks, and some other candy. Then at the end of the day, after watching 3 episodes of the show, they let us just go hog on a standee of candy bars before presenting us each with a customized Beast Games Season 2 Strong V Smart team jersey in front of the signature Mr. Beast massive pile of prop money. All in all, the value of the swag came out to $220 to $230 US. Add in flights, hotel, luxury car service from Raleigh to Greenville, a restaurant dinner Tuesday evening, and then 2 catered meals on Wednesday. It averages out somewhere around $2,100 to $2,200 US per head, and the vast majority of that is travel and hotel. That's not a crazy number by any means, but let's acknowledge the context here. If I spent that on a one-person, one-day, two-night vacation, I'd say I got a bad deal unless I saw a really sick concert as part of it. But also, on the other hand, it's not even the most expensive business trip I've been sent on. And that's the gap that a lot of outlets take advantage of. There's a lot of smaller YouTubers out there who are full-time, but just barely. They're young, they're hungry, and they're taking
Hey, that's me.
Wing at a dream, but they're also inexperienced and easily impressed. That means that a corporation can spend a very normal business trip amount of money flying a 21-year-old YouTuber out to LA and get a really disproportionate emotional reaction out of it. That's the math underpinning a wine and dine, and this is a business model that has proven really effective for certain brands. But that didn't really line up with the reality of our tour group. No one in the group was exceptionally young. All of us were full-time producers. Most of us had little inclination to make a video out of the trip at all, and had mostly agreed to come out of raw curiosity. I had assumed that I was going to be the odd one out, that I was going to be...
He said raw.
Surrounded by a bunch of credulous children, but actual attitudes ranged from interested and curious to just kind of lost? But carrying this theory to its logical conclusion, what's the goal? Well, it would be to get reviews of Beast Games Season 2 out of us as part of a marketing strategy. See, even if someone like me goes home and makes a negative review of the show, statistically those criticisms are going to be softened, the flaws forgiven as the foibles of mortal creators, because the viewing experience was optimal. I was removed from my normal environment, pampered a little bit, given free stuff, shown the behind-the-scenes spectacle, made to feel special, and also given a face to attach to all of it. As a mandatory part of this is that the video you're watching needs to go through their internal review process. And while the thrust of that process is to make sure that I haven't accidentally included production schedules, phone numbers, or details on unreleased content in the background, it still definitionally creates a surface of interaction that's going to influence the way that arguments are framed. It is, for most people, a lot harder to call something an existentially depressing exercise, a glimpse through the veil into a realm of undiluted capitalism where the concept of creative expression simply doesn't exist, is excluded from the process in the same way that my process doesn't account for the possibility of being besieged by the armies of Sauron, the Shadow in the East, if they have a name and face to attach to that statement. So the secret sixth ingredient in a wine and dine is a human face. I will say they've been extremely accommodating, but I mean it does make this process nice and frictionless, so I'm not really gonna complain. That's a pretty cool set. On the subject of obligations, an obligation that isn't present is the obligation to make content about the trip. That was actually quite explicit. Quote, "There are no expectations surrounding content creation." Now, while that sounds like reviews aren't the thing that they're after, that phrase tripped a specific fuse in my brain. A variant of this that you might be familiar with is the camera equipment review genre, where companies would send out free lenses and stuff, kit that costs $1,000, $2,000 at retail, and they say, oh, no obligation, just do whatever you want with it. And then these smaller channels, often younger influencers, just go, oh, okay, and make a video about the thing, and since there wasn't any money exchanged, there was no deal made, they just leave out the part where they got the thing for free. Technically, everyone's in the clear. It's not sponsored content, but it's a backdoor to sponsored content that exploits the good faith and naivety of inexperienced creators that don't have the institutional support structure that would teach them to watch out for stuff like that. That's
true. I tricked 50 YouTubers into loving capitalism.
specific example is slightly outdated at this point, but only because other gear reviewers who know better and saw what was happening started pushing for making full disclosure an expected element of any review.
I should provide some disclosure. Sony did lend me this camera to make this review. I don't get to keep it. No money changed hands. Sony doesn't get any input on this video's production, nor do they get to see it before it's posted.
So that's in the back of my...
Yo, hot take. As a tech channel, his audio is kind of scuffed. Am I crazy? Going from the folding ideas video into this video here, like, the audio sounds a little bit rough.
It changed hands. Should provide some disclosure. Sony did lend me this camera to make this review. I don't get to keep it. No money changed hands. Sony doesn't get any input on this video's production, nor do they get to see it before it's posted.
So that's in the back of my head.
It's not the biggest deal in the world, obviously, but like, that did catch me a little bit off guard.
Right? And so this was the kind of briar patch of trying to figure out what was going on with this trip. What did they actually want, and why and how did my name end up on their list? Even if the trip itself wasn't shady, everything Team Beast did was also something a shady team would do. Doug Walker was actually one of the creators Team Beast invited, and he put out a video that is really illustrative of the kind of thing you'd expect to come out of a wine and dine.
I have to admit, even though these types of shows aren't my thing, I was genuinely invested through most of it. Truthfully, the whole attitude of the place seemed upbeat. I can definitely say it was pretty nice. Everyone, from my standpoint, seemed very honest, kind, and direct. A big thanks for having us out there when honestly you didn't need to. I can certainly say I had a lot of fun, and it was cool seeing how a media giant like this functions.
Yeah. It's like, it's not like a got a little bit. A little bit. It's like, listen, he invited me. He didn't need to invite me. Like, yeah, obviously, but he invited you for a reason. And so I think Dan's kind of way of viewing this is like, why was I invited here? What is he trying to get out of this? Instead of just kind of playing the role that he wants you to play. Mr. Beast wants you to do this thing, which is like, I got invited to see Mr. Beast's production for Beast Games 2. And honestly, it was kind of cool. Now, they didn't pay me to make this video. And everybody I talked to seemed pretty nice. Like, yeah, they're being nice because they want you to make a video like this. You know? They did all of this so you make this exact video that you're making right now, right? Essentially kind of laundering Mr. Beast's reputation a little bit. Am I crazy? That's what he wants. He wants you to talk about it positively, or at least in like neutral terms where it makes him seem more human than he actually is. And Dan is doing what you should be doing here, which is like thinking, what are you trying to get out of this? Wait, this is what How to Beat looks like? I've never seen his face before. Also, why wasn't I invited?
Surprising and surreal experience, but it was a positive one I'm thankful I'll never forget.
In a word, the video is polite, cordial, trying to give Team Beast what he thinks they want. There's nothing particularly offensive about it. The vlog is just the inevitable output of the process Doug had just experienced. This is what that machine is designed to make. But notably, Doug caught some flack in the comments because he forgot to mention that it wasn't sponsored content, so his compliment sandwiches came across to some as just shilling for Mr. Beast.
To be entirely fair, it kind of was that a little bit from what Dan showed us. Not saying that he's like doing a paid sponsorship or that he's a paid shill, but like, it kind of was an ad, right? The goal of it was to be an ad because that's what Mr. Beast wanted. He's like, hey guys, he is shilling though. Yeah, but he's not a paid show. That's where it's different. He may be shilling, right? But it may be genuine shilling. He didn't get paid directly to show for it, right? But it is essentially an advertisement for Mr. Beast as like a person and a brand. You know?
If there's a flaw in this theory, it's in the return on investment. The whole affair cost Team Beast...
Not particularly. Even before he gets into the numbers, they're a multi-billion-dollar production at this point. I think paying upwards of like $20,000 to fly out 10 of the biggest YouTubers or some of the biggest YouTubers to get content like that, well worth the return on investment.
He's somewhere in the neighborhood of $28,000 to $30,000, and while that's peanuts in the scope of Beast Games' marketing budget, the return is also kind of peanuts. This isn't so much.
So essentially, Mr. Beast will light that money on fire for content. He'll light that money on fire in a closed, dark room for no content because it doesn't mean anything to him, right? It's literally negligible, right? And so the goal is not specifically to like see a direct return on investment. The goal is to get like freaking what's his face, the Channel Awesome guy, right? Doug to make a video on it and be like, hey, this Mr. Beast guy, despite what you hear, he's kind of fine. He's kind of a cool guy, right? That reputational like boost is worth way more than anything else he could spend for $20,000, right? Like it's the equivalent of like hiring a PR team to put out a good article, like Ethan Klein style, you know? But you get that for basically cheaper than what that would cost. And it seems more genuine and authentic.
A question of can they get 30,000 worth of coverage out of us, which I don't think they can, but more of a question of why even bother? At the point of writing, only 3 other participants had made literally anything about the trip. Doug made a video, as already mentioned, and had it ready to go for when the embargo lifted. TikTok creator Kate Riccio did a podcast episode on her side YouTube channel in early February. Ben at How to Beat posted a vlog about the trip in mid-February. And then I finally rolled out this sucker in whenever this comes out, long after every video and show I got a sneak peek at had aired and wafted away. I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm throwing my fellow content creators under the bus.
Isn't the ROI totally coherent if you pay $1 to 10 people? If it meant that you had a chance of receiving a boost in viewership, it's not even the viewership that's meaningful to Mr. Beast. He's still doing fine in viewership. It's about his reputation. I think genuinely it's about his reputation, right, being laundered positively. Yes, the PR. Right now, Mr. Beast, we looked at earlier, he has a lot of negative press around his name. With
they killed him.
I probably closed it. But with this lawsuits and stuff, right? And so if he can try to correct that a little bit, why would he not try?
But I toured Mr. Beast's studio isn't an instant hack to a hit video. In fact, they tend to underperform. There's just not $30,000 worth of exposure there. So this just can't be the primary reason. I refuse to believe that Team Beast, the optimization lords of YouTube, foresaw Doug's video as the primary intended outcome of this exercise.
We're out on their back lot, so
that's fair, right? I think partially, or maybe even mostly, is due to building these connections with these creators, right? Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, perfect example. Logan Paul making a post about One Piece, then getting ratioed like 50, maybe even 500 times over by Speed as being a LARPer is kind of what Mr. Beast is trying to avoid. You know? Mr. Beast is a LARPer though. He's also a LARPer. This, right? Proud owner of the greatest mangas in the world, in my opinion. First chapter of One Piece Chapter 1, 9.0, the highest grade in existence, Pop 3. First canon appearance of Monkey D. Luffy. One Piece is selling #1 manga in the world at 600 million plus copies sold. Also, I love what he says, like, this marker for the greatest manga in the world is just like how many copies they've sold. Dragon Ball Chapter 1, 9.2, highest grade in existence, Pop 1. Purchased a record $550,000. First appearance of Goku and Bulma. The manga journey has begun. I love it says his manga journey has begun by just buying just the most expensive things in the world. Sure. And then Speed said, you don't even know about One Piece, which I'm like, W. Goat. Goat. $500,000 likes. You also had this.
I did watch the live action show on Netflix.
It was great.
Luffy D. Monkey. Shout out Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Monkey D. Luffy.
It's Monkey D. I did watch the live action show on Netflix.
It was great.
Luffy D Monkey. Shout out Luffy.
Luffy D Monkey. That's so funny.
Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Monkey D. Luffy.
It's Monkey D. I did watch the live action show on Netflix.
It was great.
Luffy D Monkey. Shout out Luffy.
So like, Logan Paul is a LARPer, and he's actually doubling down on being a LARPer. The response to my manga purchase was so overwhelmingly positive, in my opinion, that I decided to double down and grab 2 more copies of One Piece Chapter 1. Why? You're a LARPer. You don't need 3 copies of the same chapter. Unless you are like a... These aren't even like variant covers or anything. These are the exact same covers that he just bought again. Because he's a LARPer, right? How this relates to Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast is also seen as a LARPer. Is this video technically still serving what they want, making this video good, bad, or neutral, serves Mr. Beast? It would be better to not talk about the trip at all. That's if you only view it through like, I'm not going to give Mr. Beast what he wants, right? The goal for Dan here is not to like not give Mr. Beast what he wants. It's to make an overarching point about this is the way that Mr. Beast operates as a business. And so even if it falls into a realm of like what Mr. Beast wants by making the content, you are still serving an overarching point by describing the tactics that Mr. Beast and his company uses to garner good press. You know? And so I don't think he's trying to be like, I'm trying to take down Mr. Beast. He's trying to be like, hey, I had this invite. I'm trying to decipher why Mr. Beast would invite me in the first place. And that does more because it gets people thinking about the way that Mr. Beast creates content. It's not just, you know, invite YouTuber, make content, and then leave or whatever. It's, hey, how do we invade the consciousness of these other communities that don't really like us? How do we make them view us positively or pseudo-positively, right? What other methods can we use in order to do that? And it's kind of highlighting those methods itself, right? Like I think a good example of this is like Mr. Beast doing a video, like trapping 50 streamers in a box and letting them stream it and building sets for them, right? What he gets out of that is positive coverage. He gets streamers who view him positively, who will then talk about him positively or at least neutrally when covering him. And, right, you have them making their own content that has their audiences view them positively as well. Because if I get invited by Mr. Beast, right, y'all wouldn't change your minds, but y'all would be like, well, how did Mr. Beast know this guy? How did Mr. Beast know Sean? Like, that's crazy. Like, it would still make you think about Mr. Beast a little bit differently if they're inviting your favorite content creator, right? But, oh, Mr. Beast is kind of tapped in a little bit. Even if you still don't like him. That's his goal. His goal is to be like, oh, I invite this Floating Ideas guy who doesn't really seem like he's a big fan of me. And maybe that will like change the perception of some of his audience to be like, you know, originally I didn't like Mr. Beast and I still probably don't, but like, I think it's kind of cool that Dan's getting invited to this thing. Right? That's what he's hoping for to get out of this.
Oh, prison set, different set, some other set. I mean, it's a backlog. We also have a lovely sunset.
Theory 4 is that this was all an elaborate scheme to lure us into the woods and have us killed. They did not. As a more serious theory, there's the possibility that my involvement was in fact basically random, that someone at Team Beast scraped a bunch of possible channels based on target audience and favorable metrics, and Folding Ideas was on that list. That idea isn't entirely mutually exclusive with the rest of these theories, but it only explains why I was in Greenville, not necessarily why I was in Greenville.
So in that small amount of time we got to hang out with him one-on-one, we basically...
Yeah, like why YouTubers were in Greenville. Like what do they hope to accomplish by this? Because if it wasn't Dan, it would be somebody else. So that makes sense.
Basically let him know that we appreciated the stakes that he raised, and at least 11 out of the 12 of us really appreciated the show. You know what I mean?
It's me. I'll self-report. He's talking about me. The fifth theory, which didn't really crystallize until we were in the thick of things, is that this was all a roundabout version of the
honestly, that
focus
makes me respect Dan even more by being the only person who was like, yeah, bro, I don't really like this guy.
group. One of the things that plagued
Dan was the tenant dentist.
process was a deliberate vagueness. Now, Team Beast has reasons to be secretive. They are a large operation with a lot of moving parts. They're very high profile. Some competitors are definitely obsessed with scooping them on upcoming video concepts, and there are security concerns with random fans showing up at filming locations. But rather than the forthright admission that details were being withheld for operational reasons, all of this was couched in really peppy corporate wording, the kind that sounds inherently insincere and made it difficult to parse. For example, I do believe they were telling the truth about there not being any expectations around content creation. From their perspective, anything that we made to indirectly promote Beast Games was a bonus. In fact, I suspect the main reason why they even left content creation on the table was as a way of convincing us to come, in case any of the people they were reaching out to would feel like they couldn't justify taking 3 days away from their normal content creation schedule. Less of an issue for me, but definitely an issue for people making daily or weekly content. So I think when they said, "We want your thoughts," that wasn't just hollow platitudes, the kind of thing that corporate stooges say as a reflex. There were a few things wrapped up in that, but the obvious one was feedback on Season 2 of Beast Games. Not for Season 2 itself, but for Season 3, which they are in the process of starting. They were only going...
Which, that wouldn't explain why you needed YouTubers specifically. You can get test audiences from anywhere. Why invite YouTubers who would cost you more to invite in the first place? So what you would need to offer these YouTubers to take time away from their schedules to come is less than what you would need to offer some random, Tom, Dick, and Harry in Greenville to just check out these games and see what's going on,
Going to show us the first 2 episodes, but then Jimmy rang up an Amazon guy and convinced them to show us a third. And even though these episodes were visibly incomplete, nothing that we were going to say was about to alter the trajectory of Season 2. What was interesting was that basically nothing we brought up ever caught them off guard. More or less, every point was met by someone from Team Beast or someone from Amazon, and a couple times even Jimmy himself kinda nodding their head and going, "Yeah, we've talked about that," in a really kind of resigned tone. Now, that's not a bad thing, really.
For the content, yes, exactly. There has to be something there, right? And to be honest, this is actually a good lesson of what you should always be doing when you see anything on the internet, right? You need to ask yourself when you see any piece of content, what is the sponsor getting from it? What is the company behind it getting from it? What is the YouTuber getting from it? Right? This is kind of teaching you how to critically analyze, the things you see on the internet. Because you might usually have seen a YouTuber be like, "I got invited by Mr. Beast to go to this thing," and that might seem like nothing until you start to analyze that in context of well, what is Mr. Beast getting from this? So actually, it's a good experiment for that. Also, there's a lot of freaking theories.
All it means is that they're professionals who are aware of the thing that they're making, but it did lead to a new-ish theory, Theory 5.5. We were there to settle an argument. Through this lens, everything snaps into focus. Why this group of people who don't really overlap with Mr. Beast in any conventional way? Why a highly critical middle-aged curmudgeon like me? Why so cagey about the purpose of all of this? This is a specialist test audience. There's problems, but there's a bunch of them, and no one can agree on which ones need to be fixed first. The idea here is that you actively avoid poisoning the well. You don't mention your own anxieties about the thing. You try not to call attention to anything. You just show the thing to a bunch of critics, and you see what they bring up all on their own. Now,
it still doesn't. That's a good theory. Still doesn't answer why YouTubers. You know what I mean? It still doesn't answer why YouTubers. Or why these specific YouTubers.
Of course, that's all going to be built on a foundation of criticisms of Season 1, which aren't hard to find.
Everything on the show is exaggerated.
Scott Kramer.
Everything is hyperbole.
And that's why shows like Survivor are the #1 reality shows of all time. You really get connected with every single character that is on the show. I don't know how you can do that with 1,000 contestants.
A show with so little to offer its audience that at the very end, its host feels the need to look at us and say, wow, wasn't that something? Wasn't that important and deep? Wasn't that quite an adventure? Look at all the choices people made. Don't you guys love that? Don't you guys love the abstract concept of choices? And it's like, no, I don't.
So when Doug says it's better than season 1, that's some pretty important context. We're not exactly talking about the killing of a sacred deer here. Is that too much? Is that the most joke I've ever told? The Yorgos Lanthimos joke? Anyway, we were shown the first 3 episodes of season 2, and we had a few notes.
At least 11 out of the 12 of us really appreciated the show, you know what I mean?
Okay, and then I had a few more notes. There was an improvement on characters. People actually have names now. Amazing. Cutting the cast down to 200 is still too many, but it gets the pool down to a manageable number much faster. There was less of the boys, Jimmy's gormless friends from his YouTube channel, and fewer instances of contestants being eliminated by pure random chance. But the games were still bad. It was still tacky and gauche. They still have been unable to shake the ties to Squid Game, and there's still too much of the goddamn boys.
All right, my script here said...
I mean, it's called Beast Games. You're not shaking the ties of, of the ties to Squid Games. It's literally stolen. Also, I do love that Beast work doc confidential does not share except with people who are going to be cool about it, and then it just has a link to the URL, which is probably not by accident. I guarantee you, if you go to this URL, it probably works. You could probably see his script with this or something.
As clip of one of the boys just lingering.
Listen, that's something that I would do.
Being useless, not hard to find. All right, so let's just scrub through an episode here, and yeah, there we go.
But yeah, overall our group's criticisms were fairly standard. We probably gave them a conventional, mainstream adult's perspective. Though it has been interesting to watch the audience's perspective diverge from our own opinion of the first 3 episodes, because a bunch of things we consider to be an improvement, they do not agree. You know, it's sort of interesting to consider that maybe they brought us in because they want to pivot Beast Games into really being a mainstream thing, not just a supersized Mr. Beast episode, but now they're kind of trapped because they already have a core audience that's here for the tacky spectacle and excess and Jimmy screaming, think about the money in some...
But the problem is, like, it's successful. Like, why even pivot in the first place except to just chase this capitalist concept of infinite growth? You know, it works. You have a core audience. Just cater to that core audience. Why do you just keep? And it's the problem with capitalism is it always requires consistent growth. You have to keep building and growing. You can never just satisfy the people who are there to watch the content.
One's ear.
Are you guys numb to money? This is real money! Real money!
I think we saw one of Mac's videos where he tricked the... Wait, I think maybe I saw it on my own. I saw a video of Mac. I don't know if I can't remember if I watched it on stream or not. It might have been during my break. Where he tricked a guy into robbing a bank. Did y'all see that? It felt very Mr. Beast-esque. It wasn't like a terrible video. It felt very fake and spectacle-y. But like... a real bank? Here, I'll see if I can find it. Did I not watch it on stream? Tricking a into bank. Yeah, this one.
This stranger thinks we're about to rob a real bank. But he doesn't know. Open the vault! These people are all actors. Open the vault! This bank is a...
I do love the, now having watched the entire episode, I do love he starts the episode off by lying to people. And... 77,000 views in a day. Ethan Klein in the quartering. Hold on.
Hi, everyone. Today we're discussing the most important news of the day. The fact that the quartering is currently being accused of being a cuck by his fellow right-wing chuds in a massive drama explosion known as the cuckening.
What? What?
Yep, those sure are words I just said. English words. Okay, don't worry, this is online drama adjacent, but this continues to not be an online drama channel. I promise that this is related to a frequent topic I like to bang on about. Relatively powerful and or wealthy grifters and losers who use every tool they can to silence criticism or, in this case, embarrassing gossip. As I've spoken about repeatedly, we cannot have free and open discourse if people can shut down facts and opinions they don't like using the legal system. Defamation is a real concept in that there are cases in which a person might maliciously spread a known lie about another person in a way that damages them, and the victim should have the right to pursue justice through the courts. For some examples of cases in which I think the alleged victims have or had a good case, see this video about a pro-porn researcher versus the no-fap guys, and this video about Rebel Wilson versus the star and producers of her own movie. But far too often, people with too much money use defamation cases against critics because they know that even if they don't have a decent case, they can force their targets to delete criticism or never voice it in the first place simply because they don't have the time, energy, or money to enter into a lengthy legal battle. This tactic is often used by scam artists to stop scientists, investigative journalists, and critical thinkers from exposing their grift. That's why it's important to call out when a grifter does this in the hope that the Streisand effect will kick in and the attempt at censorship backfires completely. I'm opening this video by talking about the cuckening because it's funny, and it also does allegedly illustrate this problem. And I have to say, I am terminally online, so I heard rumblings about this drama, but it was impossible to put together without...
Yeah, but I'm terminally online, and I have not heard anything about this. So, like, how terminally online do you have to be?
Watching random 4-hour live streams starring some of the worst people on the planet. Luckily, Lance from The Surfs recently gave a decent overview and pointed me towards r/the quartering is a Nazi, and so I've put together a general timeline. If you aren't aware, The Quartering is the YouTube channel of Jeremy Hambley, a gross slob who started out as a low-effort Magic the Gathering guy, but found more success hating women. I know. Name a more common path to success for a white neckbeard on YouTube in the 2010s. Wizards of the Coast even banned him from all Magic the Gathering
really?
events.
Okay, Wizards of the Coast don't have many overarching W's, but that's a W right there for them.
Back in 2019, after several women pointed out that he was harassing them so much that YouTube removed his videos for violating terms of service. So he leaned into that, churning out right-wing grievance garbage like approximately 10,000 videos about what a bitch Brie Larson is. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
This dude is obsessed with Brie Larson. And it worked. You know, he topped 2 million subscribers on YouTube who loved hearing about how everything is woke and therefore everything is bad. He hates not just women, but also black people and, of course, LGBTQ people for ruining Spider-Man and Walmart and movies. Oh, and after Charlie Kirk died, I guess he decided to switch from atheism to evangelical Christianity because, of course, he did.
Wait, really?
Anyway, at some point, even right-wing chuds realized that... Jeremy is a sad clown.
Listen, I didn't believe in God until Charlie Kirk died. I guess.
And
Man,
so
grifters are so funny. I respect it.
A couple of guys on a show called Kino Casino, which streams to kick.
We looked at these people before. A long time ago, very, very, very briefly.
But uploads clips to YouTube, have made it their business to collect the things he reveals online and then laugh about them. One of these Jeremy facts is that he's IRL friends with a guy who is a prominent bull in the local swinger community, which apparently is the word for the guy who fucks one half of a couple while the other half watches, or maybe helps. I don't know. I didn't know that guy had a name, but yeah, it's the bull. So their friendship has led to these guys joking about how Jeremy must be a cuck. At this point, we reach another relevant topic for my channel. If Jeremy realized...
Remember when the quartering tried to like hit on and go on a date with, I think Melanie Mack was her name? And he got shut down? That was pretty funny.
Is that there's absolutely nothing wrong or embarrassing about enjoying consensual sex with other adults. None of this would have happened. But because he is on the right, he has irrational, puritanical beliefs.
Because of her or for her? No, he did because of Charlie Kirk. Keep up, chat.
About sex,
I guess,
gender, and sexuality, in which he is ashamed of his own naughty desires. It's like when people show up in my comments calling me transgender. That's not an insult to me, idiot. There's nothing wrong with being transgender, but I'm going to get more into that topic in a near future video. So let's just put a pin in the sad puritanical sex stuff.
Only eating butter twice? I think so. That was the lady who ate dog food. I think it's Laura Loomer.
Instead, today I just want to focus on Jeremy's reaction to the horrific ordeal of some chuds calling him a cuck. He publicly threatened to use his influence to delete their Kick and YouTube channels, and publicly added the guy who runs Kick to ask him to chat.
Bro, he posted this and reposted it and only got 46 likes? Bro, the right wing have no motion on Twitter. You would think it would be different with it being a like a Nazi platform, but like even the Nazis don't like this guy. 43 likes, 68 likes, 200 likes, 83 likes, 134 likes. He has like 700 or 400,000 followers. He has 10 times the followers that I do. And this is how many likes that I get. 1.5K, 7K, 8K, 800, 700, 1.7. Where's it at? 2.7, 10K. Like, come on, the quartering. Get on my level. We'll get back to the Folding Ideas video in a second.
Secret film.
One, sorry.
While reminding him that he pulls 10,000 daily viewers. Then these guys noticed their accounts were suddenly getting banned. Jeremy claims that this is just a big coincidence and he had nothing to do with any of it, but the evidence is pretty compelling. It certainly appears to me that this right-wing culture warrior on a free speech mission is using backroom wheeling and dealing to silence a couple of guys who are calling him a cuck. Now, am I asking you to feel sorry for these guys? No. I am merely giving yet another example of how an asshole can use his influence to stifle speech he doesn't like. And unlike most other examples I talk about on this channel, this is one that we can all just kind of sit back and enjoy because there really aren't any actual victims. It's just chuds all the way down. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my next example, which is an update to a video I made last year. Yeah, it turns out Ethan Klein is in fact suing Noah Samsen for making a YouTube video where he includes Klein as one of the...
Wait, does she put her YouTube videos on like Substack? Respect. I should start doing that. I should start doing that. That's genius.
YouTubers who backed a genocide, referring, of course, to Klein's years-long defense of Israel. To recap, Ethan Klein is a man who achieved a huge audience online despite himself, first becoming a major champion of free speech by fighting and winning a frivolous copyright lawsuit in 2016. In the years since, he's gone from making goofs and gaffs videos to whatever the fuck this is.
You know me. I'll ruin my fucking life in the pursuit of getting these people. From a professional perspective, our entire lives are ruined. I didn't even do anything, right? I will never be done with you. The amount of friends and associates that we've lost, you know, it's unreal. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. There's almost nobody left, frankly. I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this. Yeah, I'm doing all that. I'm a real person. You're affecting my real life. You're lying about me, saying horrible, malicious things. Trisha lied about being infertile. She did CPS, remember that? So he's a rape. So of course, the girl who put on a fucking racial tier list. Psychotics, terrorist supporter who laughs at the coffins of dead children. Hasan didn't even do anything. I'll see you soon.
Shortly after my previous video, Klein actually did launch several lawsuits, but not against Noah Samsen. Instead, it was against 3 women who he accused of violating his copyright. I learned about this because his fans flooded my video about his threat against Samsen, arguing that Klein was right to sue because someone violated his copyright, despite the fact that the threat against Samsen was about defamation. This happened because, like Ethan Klein, Ethan Klein's most ardent supporters are barely conscious, semi-literate, blithering morons.
True.
I considered making another video about those copyright lawsuits.
Nah, I'm glad not being in this conversation.
But I got busy with other topics. The short version is that Klein released a completely idiotic video all about his favorite psychosexual obsession, Hasan Piker, and then sued live streamers who watched and reacted to it. He had previously registered the video with the Library of Congress to ensure that he could get the maximum amount of money when he sued them. He only sued women with relatively small audiences and scant resources to handle an expensive lawsuit, who also happened to speak out frequently against Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Caseytron, Denims, and Frogan. Caseytron, who streamed so that she could support her disabled family members and had to set up a GoFundMe to try to afford a lawyer, settled out of court before releasing the following statement, which sounds to me and every other rational person on the planet like a hostage situation.
I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins. This lawsuit has given...
You know, the solace at the end of the tunnel is that Ethan Klein will never be a happy person. Not even because of anything that we did. Only because of his own choices and decisions. That he, put himself in that framework. Is we can look to that as a benefit.
Me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hasan Piker. Hasan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me.
Crazy, because Ethan Klein very clearly wrote this statement, and I wonder if it's going to get to it as well. The actual the and Asmongold is actually super great and awesome. He's my favorite person in the world. It's part of the statement as well. Like, it's just it's so gross to a extent that like it's very hard to describe. You know,
me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for him helping me without providing any.
As far as I know, the lawsuits against Denims and Frogan are still proceeding.
I remember this Hasan shout out. I remember like people coming in the Hasan's chat being like, did you see that Casey Tron like called you out in her settlement video or whatever? And Hasan was just like, bro, who cares, you know? Like that kind of thing. That's what I remember. So I guess like, you know, chat is trying to stir up like drama, being like, did you see? Did you see?
Both women are continuing to fundraise for their defense. Whether or not they stand a chance in court seems to be about as unknown as the chance that Ethan and Gila Klein had when they defended themselves from their own copyright lawsuit in 2016. Back then, the question was whether or not YouTube creators had the right to show and comment upon other people's video clips under fair use, and the Kleins' win set a precedent that is still used today. Klein's lawsuits against these women is about whether or not live streamers have the right to watch and comment on other people's videos under fair use. Twitch streamers like right-wing loser XQC, who watch Klein's video on stream but is rich, popular, male, and not being sued by Ethan Klein, has come under fire for streaming people's content and then just wandering away for long periods of time. Let's watch one of those criticisms now.
You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire and you steal content from small creators and you don't give a about their rights or what they want. And then your only justification is, oh yeah, you can come chase me down and complain and try to get my attention so I can pay you for that I stole. It's total bullshit, bro. Because what you're saying is, I'm going to steal your stuff and I don't care if you have a problem with it. You can come talk to me. Like, that's not your right. Shouldn't you apologize to Vince?
Oh, yes, I apologize to Vince.
It's not his job to come ask you for reparations for you stealing from him. Don't you understand that?
Weird. What are the chances?
Pretty funny.
So yeah, if Klein does win his suits against these women in court, he may set a precedent that will lead to many live streamers going bankrupt, I assume. Personally, I have had my videos streamed, and frankly, I don't really care. I get why
we're solid. We're good. We're in the green, chat.
Some people might care, but if someone watches my video on someone else's stream, yeah, I would have liked to have that view and get some money, but at the end of the day, I make a decent living, and I'm here to encourage critical thinking and progressive ideas. So more eyeballs are better.
People stream my videos sometimes, and I hate it every time. I'm sorry, I can't even make that a joke. No, I mean, obviously, like, if I had an issue with people streaming my videos, I wouldn't be watching other people's videos, you know?
And if I do a good job,
sometimes
then
I
people
stream my own videos just to keep it spicy.
Who see my stuff on someone else's channel should come here and subscribe or join my Patreon at patreon.com/Rebecca. Hint, hint. Hit that bell. Or whatever. So frankly, I think it's disgusting that a multimillionaire in a Bel Air mansion with millions of viewers purposely entrapped small live streamers he didn't like and hit them with lawsuits that could ruin their lives over a fucking Twitch stream. And now he's suing Noah Samsen, possibly in an attempt to push back on the accusations that he's a frothing misogynist. As I said in my previous video,
possibly didn't he say that like on his stream? I don't watch Ethan Klein, so I don't know. But like, didn't he literally say he was like, "I'm suing Noah Samsen to stop the top of the hour ad break from running," and that if you have a Prime subscription, you should use it on Sean the Black specifically? I think he said that. But also, he also said that something Noah Samsen, not a woman. I'm not misogynistic, something. Anyway, just give me your Prime subs, okay? Because that's it. They're free. They don't cost you anything.
This is, in my opinion, a slap suit, a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Noah Samsen's video was a very well-researched presentation of facts that back up his opinion that Klein has run cover for Israel's genocide of Palestinians. In order to win a case against Samson for defamation, Klein would have to prove that Samson knowingly and maliciously lied about some fact about Klein, and that doesn't appear to be possible to me. Klein's very first claim in the suit is that Samson used the thumbnail of him giving a Nazi salute, when it's pretty obviously taken straight from Klein's own video that he made in order to sue those 3 live streamers. The rest of the lawsuit is similarly unhinged, but it doesn't really matter because the point, in my opinion, isn't to win in a court of law. It's to punish Samson, make him waste money on a lawsuit, and delete his criticism, and to scare other small creators into never criticizing Klein in the first place. The only relief here is that the lawsuit was filed in California, so we have anti-slap protections here. If Samson gets a decent judge, maybe he can dismiss the case before he has to flush hundreds of thousands of dollars down the drain. Otherwise, hopefully Samson is able to crowdfund his expenses and win this case. Because if he folds, Klein is only going to be emboldened. He is going to go after more and more critics. In fact, he's even made threats against Redditors, saying he's going to get their identities and go after them too, just like ICE. So yeah, fuck Ethan and Gila Klein, fuck their shitty H3H3 podcast, which is unwatchable now. Fuck their ugly clothing line, Teddy Fresh, and...
Based. Hey, that's like from me. True.
Fuck their ugly makeup line, Teddy Glow. If you happen to still be subscribed to them, please consider fixing that. If we all work together, we might be able to take away the waterfall of money that is just going to fund censorious lawsuits.
True.
Hey everybody, thanks for...
Should I give you an unsubscribed? I know you used to be a huge fan. Yeah.
Watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you loved the video, please subscribe. And if you think the world could use more videos like this and you happen to have a few bucks laying around, head to patreon.com/Rebecca and join an awesome...
I'll get back on my YouTube grind eventually at some point. Probably not. What am I saying? Anyway, that's a good little aside. I kind of like that. That was a fun little aside. To dunk on Ethan Klein a little bit. Get back to the Folding Ideas video.
$8 million.
So that was the 5th theory, but even here, like, I'm way more confident in this idea than the others, but the problem is that all of the things that make a wine and dine work undermine this one. You're just not going to get the kind of incisive feedback you need if everyone giving the feedback is riding the high of an all-expenses-paid trip. The criticisms will be dulled, the harshness downplayed, everything's going to be a compliment sandwich around, it was better than season 1. So even now, there's a lot of questions I just do not have answers for. This was a glimpse into a completely diametrically opposite production mentality. If you watch the other vlogs of the tour, this is the point where they start to wrap up. They say that we raided Jimmy's supply of candy bars, were given custom Beast Games jerseys with our channel names, took some photos in front of the big pile of fake money, and all went home. But earlier in the day, before the screening, actually, even before most of the tour, we were sat down for an interesting conversation. And while most of it was softball questions, there was one that really stood out. And I wish they'd given us time to prepare beforehand because, boy, I could have given a much better answer. How do you create fandom?
The end of part 1. Start of part 2. How do you create fandom? That was bright red.
And to answer that question, I've got a huge surprise for you. This backdrop isn't a real backdrop. It's actually just a curtain. Today, this becomes the first video essay ever recorded in a bouncy castle. Isn't that right, certification dude? Yeah,
I mean, we weren't going for a Guinness World Record, but we got one.
Anyway. Let's go. One of the first things that people notice about the Beast franchise is the profound inauthenticity of it all, which is something we'll definitely be unpacking, but something that has come to really stand out to me is a less visible but equally profound, proud inefficiency. In order to explain this efficiently, I need to get you more up to speed with the details of what Beast Games is actually like. And to do that, we're going to jump right into the deep end and then work our way back from there. The word I'm going to repeat a bunch here is intent. There's no intentionality to it.
Episodes 7 and 8 of Beast Games Season 2 are delirious in their structure, seemingly assembled by someone who doesn't know what the word episode means.
Oh, well. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab some food. Enjoy this. BRB. BRB.
Episode 7 begins with the resolution of the previous episode, a 3.5-minute segment where Katie is eliminated with a sledgehammer, narrowing the contestants down to the final 10. The next 17 minutes are a Last Supper, where Team Beast brings in the contestants' families, and they get to have a big meal together, including all the kids getting just absolute fistfuls of Feastables chocolate bars. After that, the next 23 minutes, fully half of the runtime of the actual episode, once you chop off the 3.5 minutes of credits, is set up for the next challenge, Buried Alive. This setup involves first the contestants strategizing amongst themselves about who they should vote for as captain, then the introduction of the graveyard set, then the vote for captain, which Nick wins, then the burying, which is really just a formal sprinkling of dirt over the windows of the plexiglass coffins, then an explanation of the rules of the game, followed by a full 5 minutes of Nick agonizing over how much money he should take, with the episode ending on Nick seemingly committing to taking all the money.
Are you going to take it?
Yeah. But episode 8 rug pulls that ending, tossing the final line into the memory hole.
What's your number? I'm gonna take $250,000.
Then they spend 31 minutes resolving the actual game, 14 minutes with contestants discussing the fallout of the game, insert a 5-minute tourism ad for Saudi Arabia, finishing on the setup for the next game, including an introduction to the set, an explanation of the rules, and then a cut at the first decision a player makes. At some point in the production of Beast Games, the decision was made for every episode to end on the very specific cliffhanger of a player decision within the context of a game.
And while this works tolerably well in the first few episodes, by the end of the season, the whole show is completely out of sync. Rather than cliffhanging on a deciding moment that will determine the outcome of a game, like episode 2 implying that Johnny has any hope of making this 9-foot jump, these episodes are ending at the moment their games actually get started.
One side effect of this is that the back half all just bleeds together, the show becoming a structureless parade of segments. But more to our purpose, it indicates a bizarre creative process, where they knew they needed to make 10 episodes and had at least broadly planned what games would be in which episodes, indicated by Jimmy literally saying, "Welcome to the second last episode" at one point.
Welcome to the second to last episode.
But this also indicates that they hadn't considered what an episode would actually look like and where they would end. Our second point of reference here is Katie's elimination.
Like all these other cliffhangers, it is smeared across 2 episodes, being resolved in episode 7 but set up at the end of episode 6, and this setup is something else. The entire sequence is cut together from these truly horrendous crops of the footage, a post hoc attempt to veil the identity of the final eliminee, meaning that the structure of this ending, the build up to a cliffhanger, was thought up later and wasn't actually produced that way with intent.
This is the outward manifestation of profound inefficiency.
The Mr. Beast strategy, and by extension the Beast Game strategy, is to point 24 cameras at everything and sort it out later, a strategy usually summarized as spray and pray, a hallmark style of low-budget, trashy reality TV. Beast...
I'm back.
And to do that, we're going to jump right into the deep end and then work our way back from there. The word I'm going to repeat a bunch here is intent. There's no intentionality to it.
Episodes 7 and 8 of Beast Games Season 2 are delirious in their structure, seemingly assembled by someone who doesn't know what the word episode means. Episode 7 begins with the resolution of the previous episode, a 3.5-minute segment where Katie is eliminated with a sledgehammer, narrowing the contestants down to the final 10. The next 17 minutes are a Last Supper, where Team Beast brings in the contestants' families, and they get to have a big meal together, including all the kids getting just absolute fistfuls of Feastables chocolate bars. After that, the next 23 minutes, fully half of the runtime of the actual episode, once you chop off the 3.5 minutes of credits, is set up for the next challenge, Buried Alive. This setup involves first the contestants strategizing amongst themselves about who they should vote for as captain, then the introduction of the graveyard set, then the vote for captain, which Nick wins, then the burying, which is really just a formal sprinkling of dirt over the windows of the plexiglass coffins, then an explanation of the rules of the game, followed by a full 5 minutes of Nick agonizing over how much money he should take, with the episode ending on Nick seemingly committing to taking all the money.
Are you going to take it?
Yeah. But episode 8 rug pulls that ending, tossing the final line into the memory hole.
What's your number? I'm gonna take $250,000.
Then they spend 31 minutes resolving the actual game, 14 minutes with contestants discussing the fallout of the game, insert a 5-minute tourism ad for Saudi Arabia, finishing on the setup for the next game, including an intro.
What are these games? What is the taking it? What does this mean? I don't know the rules. I didn't see any of the Beast games. Is it just me that's confused?
Introduction to the set, an explanation of the rules, and then a cut at the first decision a player makes. At some point in the production of Beast Games, the decision was made for every episode to end on the very specific cliffhanger of a player decision within the context of a game.
And while this works tolerably well in the first few episodes, by the end of the season, the whole show is completely out of sync. Rather than cliffhanging on a deciding moment that will determine the outcome of a game, like episode 2 implying that Johnny has any hope of making this 9-foot jump, these episodes are ending at the moment their games actually get started.
One side effect of this is that the back half all just bleeds together, the show becoming a structureless parade of segments. But more to our purpose,
Basically,
it indicates a
dilemma. So like if you take 100,000 and they take 100,000, nobody gets anything kind of thing. I don't know, like the Prisoner's Dilemma is a very basic game. It's either you snitch on your opponent, and if you both snitch, you both get 5 years. If you don't snitch and your opponent snitches on you, you get 10 years and they get none. And if you both don't snitch, you both go free. What are the snitches? You both go free. Neither in the game, the investigator doesn't have enough evidence to convict either of you in this game, right? And so if neither of you snitch, the investigator has nothing and you both go free. But if you get snitched on and you don't snitch, you get 10 years. You get double the amount of time you would get if you snitch. And so it's beneficial for both people to snitch because you get it's a guaranteed option of you getting half of the amount of time. Right? And the concept is either you choose to share or you take a lion's portion. Yeah, but why would you not just take the lion's portion anyway? Like, is there any concept where you get, like, there's no punishment there? If you get chosen and you're like, I'll take all the money, what's stopping you from taking all the money, you know? I don't understand how the game works.
Bizarre creative
Like, there's no money involved in the Prisoner's Dilemma originally. I didn't watch the show.
Where they knew they needed to make 10 episodes and had at least broadly planned what games would be in which episodes, indicated by Jimmy literally saying, "Welcome to the second last episode" at one point.
Welcome to the second to last episode.
But this also indicates that they hadn't considered what an episode would actually look like and where they would end. Our second point of reference here is Katie's elimination.
Like all these other cliffhangers, it is smeared across 2 episodes, being resolved in episode 7, but set up at the end of episode 6. And this setup is something else. The entire sequence is cut together from these truly horrendous crops of the footage, a post hoc attempt to veil the identity of the final eliminee, meaning that the structure of this ending, the build up to a cliffhanger, was thought up later and wasn't actually produced that way with intent.
This is the outward manifestation of profound inefficiency.
The Mr. Beast strategy, and by extension the Beast Game strategy, is to point 24 cameras at everything and sort it out later, a strategy usually summarized as spray and pray, a hallmark style of low-budget, trashy reality TV.
Beast Game Season 2 is a 9-figure production. That's the vague estimate I was told, which makes it 4 to 5 times more expensive than a season of Survivor,
which comes in around $2 million per episode times 13 episodes, plus prizes, rounded up to $30 million per season.
Even if my research is woefully out of date and a modern season of Survivor costs twice that, that's still half a season of Beast Games.
But does Beast Games Season 2 actually look and feel like it's twice as expensive as Survivor, let alone 5 times? Feel is hard to quantify, but Beast Games Season 2 provides a...
Why is Mr. Beast even putting this on in the first place? Because he's a big name, maybe? But he has no vision. Survivor at least has vision. And it's been going on for like, what was it, 60 seasons at this point? So he's just like throwing money in the trash. But they let him get away with it because they're like, oh, we'll make it back in post, you know?
Really strong contrast as a result of their crossover episode with Survivor, which was by and large assembled by the Survivor crew. Not only does the episode look better, but it features a better challenge, well balanced to make good TV, and it's also the only episode that ends with an ending.
What's going on in your mind? Leverage.
In contrast, episode 2 features a now notorious game nebulously named Bluff that just absolutely disintegrated on contact with the players.
Players each had a colored dot placed on the back of their head and had to stand in the corresponding color circle. The idea being that players had to rely on someone else to tell them what color they had, and they'd be vulnerable to a lie. The issue was there was no incentive whatsoever to lie. 1, people valued their own integrity and their own reputation above eliminating any single individual. 2, everyone basically split into pairs, so eliminating your partner one round just leaves you with no one you trust the next round.
Sure.
So you're basically gambling that enough other people will also betray their safety buddy at the exact same time and end the game,
or else all you've done is eliminate yourself.
So people simply refused to lie round after round. Of the people who were even eliminated by the game's rules, most were due to a process error where they waited too long or broke some other rule, and one villain got eliminated through the power of social ostracization.
Hey, what am I? Tyler!
But no one even bluffed him, they just refused to talk to him. At the end of the day, absolutely no one lied, and Jimmy had to eliminate people by drawing names from a box.
Is this absolute faceplant failure of a game really what anyone should expect from something 5 times as expensive as Survivor? This isn't just me being a snobby dickhead.
That's crazy. Love is hysterical. That's so wild. Like, you have to give an incentive to, like, for people to lie, or else it's going to go on forever. Which is why he had to stop it and then change the rules in the middle, because he didn't think about that. Right? Have your cameras, your 1 billion cameras, pointed at people and say, hey, the last person, or the first, half of the people that get in make it to the next one. Right? So you have an incentive to lie to somebody because you can delay them a little bit longer while they have to get a second opinion, just in case. You know what I mean? But if it's just like, oh, what's on mine? Oh, it's blue? Okay. Yours is red. All right, I'll see you next round, partner. We're going to make it through, you and I. And everybody else is doing the exact same thing. And you didn't even think of that? You didn't beta test these games? The answer is no. Because what Survivor does is they have tests for the games before it's on, I don't know, national TV. They're like, hey, is this a good game? Let's actually test this out with the production crew to see if it actually works the way we intended. And they do all of that before filming. Beast Game is like, oh, well, I guess we have a game called Bluff where we just like hope and pray that people betray each other because people are inherently bad. That's actually a very good example of like a break in this idea that like humans are like inherently selfish and evil. And like, you know, that like, socialism can never work because people will never cooperate. That's a perfect example of that not happening, right? Is that like people are naturally cooperative and they want to cooperate with each other. And there has to be an external force that forces them out of that cooperation like mindset. It is the mind of a billionaire. Like, oh, people are bad. They'll just keep betraying each other. Don't worry about that. It's fine.
Armies are noticing this. Everyone is saying it.
What do you think of Beast Games Season 2? It isn't very good. Jimmy's shots, and only Jimmy's shots, were shot on an Alexa 265, which is a rental-only camera so limited and expensive that you can only learn the price of it by breaking one.
It's an awesome camera. And so Beast Game's decision to rent one would have been a great idea if Jimmy was the one running the damned obstacle courses.
There's a pivotal moment in the finale where a contestant is eliminated by being dropped into a pit, and the whole thing is huge and melodramatic, but then the actual hero shots of him going out look like a phone recording of a computer monitor. It looks so bad.
God, if only there were a rigged Alexa 265 somewhere in this room right now.
We already talked about a few, but all of the challenges and games are just so slipshod and poorly thought out. They all look like this and they all play like this. The opening episode Strong Challenge came off head and shoulders above the corresponding Smarts Challenge. It seems clever and deliberate, but that's movie magic. Due to a critical flaw in the game design, the Strong Challenge was just too hard. The majority of the Strongs fell off their ropes, and the remainder was decided by an impromptu push-ups tiebreaker. The Smart Challenge, though...
What?
Was also a creature of the edit. We are shown the smart contestants playing 3 rounds of Simon, already an incredibly lame challenge, but in reality they were playing Simon all night.
We'll be doing this over and over again, adding more and more blocks until 50 of you are eliminated.
The sun rose and the crew had to tape garbage bags to the walls to keep light from leaking into the temporary structure they had built in Nevada in lieu of renting a soundstage. People simply weren't failing this incredibly easy game, and it was taking way too long to verify 100 individual stacks of blocks between takes, so at one point Jimmy got bored, doubled the block count, and halved the time.
We're cutting the time in half and adding 4 extra blocks.
Immediately eliminating 82 of his 100 contestants.
I don't know why we did it. That eliminated more people than we needed. Like, it was a disaster.
Jimmy might have gone a little overboard. Somewhere in the
because he didn't think these games through.
Flopping about that was the filming of the Smarts Challenge, the thing meant to decide whomst among the smartest people in the world was fit and worthy to enter Beast City. What became the final round was simply the same red, blue, green, yellow pattern repeated 4 times. These aren't isolated catastrophes. All the games have some fundamental flaw, and repeatedly contestants simply refuse to engage with the game as Jimmy and his poker buddies conceptualized them.
The lion's share of the entertainment value really comes from spotting those flaws in advance, like icebergs on the horizon. We could go on ranting about all the little foibles of Beast Games, and so we did. There's a whole other video.
Okay, you've intrigued me. I've been intrigued by this whole other video. We're not going to watch it right now or today. It's an hour and 30 minutes, but it has intrigued me. I'm intrigued by the flaws of Beast Games too. The video is really good. It's very good. Is it better than this video? Should we stop watching this video to watch that one instead? Because I had a very enjoyable time watching this this section. It's very funny. I mean, we can keep watching this. It's fine. It's okay. You need context with this one? Fine, we'll finish this one. Watch this one tomorrow, okay? Jeez, oh freaking wheeze. We still have the 3-hour Contrie Points video to watch. When are we ever going to watch the 3-hour Contrie Points video? I know you guys love the 3-hour Contrie Points video. We have to watch that one too. When we go over the CNN article. We have to. Also, apparently there's drama with the CNN article because Christian Divine is being canceled on TikTok again. About the CNN article. It's so silly. It's such a silly cancellation thing that's happening. It's not even really cancellation, but like it's such a silly discourse. I call it discourse. Yes, the Butcher of Pyongyang, indeed.
About all the little foibles of Beast games, and so we did. There's a whole other video.
Everything in the Beast sphere is simultaneously absurdly expensive and cobbled together from scraps. One of the lies that Team Beast tells itself is that when they go into a new field, they gather a bunch of experts and really pick their brains, learn everything they can about this new venture, absorb all their knowledge.
But why would they do? Why? Why would you be like, we want to make toys now? So we went to all the toys experts. You're not a toy company. Why not just leave the toys for the toy companies and just make YouTube videos like you normally do? Why do you need to make chocolate bars? Why do you need to make toys? Why do you need to get into crypto? If I could, maybe this is a me thing. I don't get it. I know it's because of money, but like, gosh darn it.
Like, no? I mean, hell, they told us that that's what we were there for on the tour, right? That was the purpose of it all. But if that's true, if we were brought in as subject matter experts, why did we waste 20 minutes standing in the hall looking at fan art? Why did nearly everyone we talked to pitch us on spectacle? Why did someone tell me with a seriousness like he was trying to seduce me that the ATV we were riding in was the exact same one Jimmy drives in the videos? Did you bring me here to pick my brain, or are you trying to sell me a timeshare?
That boy can fit so many words in it.
This is already a record-breaking video essay, and we actually broke 2 more that we didn't even tell you about. But that's not enough. We're taking it up another notch.
That's right, this is the first video essay ever recorded in a bouncy castle while wearing a tuxedo. Isn't that right, certification dude? Let's go! The deeper underlying issue here is cultural. Beast Industries is an organization obsessed with metrics. Jimmy is famously a metrics guy, so it's not really a mystery where that culture came from, but Team Beast is so obsessed with numbers, metrics, milestones, and spectacle that it has leapt from being something you put in front of the camera to something that has seeped into the very bones of the operation and metastasized. This is a major contributor to the fact that Beast Industries is kind of famously running the tank on empty, with revenue barely keeping up with expenses.
The entryway of Beast Industries is dominated by a massive digital counter that displays the main channel's real-time subscriber count. And it is...
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you need to have it on TVs? Just buy simple 7-segment displays. Do you need to have full TVs with the subscriber count on it? Just be a normal person, buy 7-segment displays, and line them up. It just seems like a uniquely, like, just, TVs aren't even that expensive anymore. But why? Like, they sell those at, like, you know, not at factories, but, like, they sell those for factories. You're like, now let's use TVs instead. But how would they win a Guinness World Record?
Surrounded by YouTube Creator Milestone Awards for the various Beast channels, flanked by dozens and dozens of Guinness World Records.
The root issue that arises is a tremendous amount of inefficiency can be sold internally as long as it can be tied to some metric of spectacle. The biggest, the longest, the most.
As an example of all of this in action, I was told at one point that Beast Games Season 2 had the largest BTS crew.
You know, the people who run around filming the people doing the filming, the largest BTS crew ever for a reality TV competition show at 16 people. Now, that's funny for 3 reasons. One, there is absolutely nothing in the BTS footage that says this required 16 people running around. You used 4 times as many people as normal, but absolutely did not get 4 times the results. 2, that's a lot of caveats, and it's really easy to invent a record if you just keep narrowing the scope. 3 is that, like, 16 people is not that many people, and
it's
even
kind of what I
if
always
it's
do when I say that I am the largest black political commentator that covers Twitch drama on Twitch. Technically, it's true. There's a lot of qualifiers there.
True, there's no competition for that record. You invented a race and then awarded yourself the victor while everyone else was too busy doing their jobs to care. No one else is keeping score here, so why are you trying to impress me? I'm sorry, the fact that you even thought to think about it
How many are your BTS crews on? Well, technically 1, so...
the sickness.
The obsession with metrics is such a deep-rooted value that it has become a gilded cage where Team Beast must be wary at all.
I'm sorry. Seeing the YouTubers there just made me think of this. I think the YouTubers and the streamers who engage with Mr. Beast are also kind of losers. Like, no beef, but like, they're engaging with the exact same thing that Dan is talking about here. Maybe because it's good for their brand and Mr. Beast has a lot of money. So why not, you know? It's also a little bit loser energy. Sorry, Maya, you said that. Okay, everybody except for Maya. I think it's silly. I think Mr. Beast is silly. I think engaging with him is equally as silly. That's what my take is.
Times of even the perception that they're losing the juice, that they've plateaued, that it is even physically possible for Mr. Beast to stop being the most watched.
I don't know if it's embarrassing particularly, but like it's more like, I mean, look how he's dressed. He's dressed like a clown. Like I think that engaging with the clown seriously is just a little bit funny, you know. I mean, people come at him from a labor rights angle. Yeah, but I feel like sometimes you can indulge in, like, Mr. Beast is also dumb because of the spectacle of it. The black suit and the hoodie combo you wear all the time, yes, it's nasty.
Single thing on planet.
You don't dress like this in North Carolina. Maybe I can say this because I'm from North Carolina and he's a poser and a loser. We do not dress like this in North Carolina, bro. We don't. And he's the biggest representation that we have right now. We used to have like Steph Curry and Michael Jordan and J. Cole. And now our representation is freaking Mr. Beast.
Speaking of the behind-the-scenes stuff, I keep thinking about this bit where Jimmy brags about using more equipment than the Olympics.
People might not even realize it, but we use more gear for this season of Beast Games than the Olympics used.
Okay, assuming that that is even true, that's the kind of brag that exists for its own sake. Beast Games is, for all intents and purposes, a sporting event where a single thing of interest is happening at any given time in a single venue. The Olympics is a sporting event where 2 to 4 events are happening simultaneously across 7 different venues. And for a visual comparison, Beast Games looks like this, and the Olympics looks like this. There couldn't be a starker example of it's not about what's in your kit, it's how you use it. If you're hauling out more gear than the Olympics, it's not because you need more gear than the Olympics, it's because you want to be able to say,
we have as much gear, if not a little bit more than the Olympics uses.
It's a really cheap, tacky way of thinking, and honestly, the product starts tripping over the process.
There's so many cameras that they are simultaneously capturing everything and nothing. Tied up in the more gear than the Olympics is bragging about how many GoPros they use.
But think about it like this. Once Mr. Beast and Beast Industries goes under, how cheap those discount GoPros will be. And you best believe I am going to be a part of that auction. Just think about it. When they're auctioning off all of their materials, all of their resources to spare some of their debt that they have accrued from Amazon, I will be right there buying some of those GoPros at a discount price. Crazy this guy about to pop off. I'm telling you. Sorry, John, Mr. Beast, too big to fail. The government is bailing him out for now until it's the next Mr. Beast.
I don't remember the exact number, but Beast City and basically every game is plastered with GoPros, something like 600 of them. But to what end? The actual volume of GoPro shots that make it into the final cut are few and fleeting, mostly confessional stuff, and they don't really add that much here. Like, I believe that a show like Beast Games has use for tiny action cams, and even has use for a very large number of them. You want to be able to stick one wherever you need one, up in high, hard-to-reach places, and not worry about getting it back down anytime soon.
But the math just doesn't math. Unless you're literally...
A Beast, it sounds like torture. Worse than, like, Disney.
Firing them into the sun, how do you get to 600?
One of the running storylines in Season 2 revolves around the lovebirds Monica and Jim. The two of them say they met at the games, but that meeting isn't in the show. And given their profile within the show, and the fact that they got married in Beast City during production, there's no way the producers would leave that moment out if they had it. So, a beast zillion cameras pointed at everything, and you still didn't get the shot.
And you know what? It's fine. Not having that moment is fine. No one who noticed you didn't have the shot actually cared. I fear that Beast Industries is going to learn the wrong lesson from all.
Industry standards and established protocols, YouTube productions are just making up BS as it goes. So it's super disorganized. Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
This, that culturally they are inclined towards deciding that they need even more cameras next time, rather than learning they need to move forward with intent.
We have some of the largest sets in history. We're breaking dozens of world records, giving away millions of dollars.
And also, it's a part of this is actually like they're building like more sets. You don't need more sets. Just use the same sets. Reuse assets, bro. This is what you learn in game design, right? When you are building a game with like game assets. These are like not physical things you have to build, right? You are like, how can I repurpose this specific asset to be used in a different way? You look at AAA games, they will use like a window as like, you know, a different thing. A column is the same thing as a like a miniaturized version of a dollhouse or something, right? Because it's like, why would you build a separate thing? Maybe put each from scratch. It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense.
Ultimately, Beast Industries lies to the outside world.
Leaving their domain and entering another field and no business of. Looking at you, Kai. To be fair, Kai has not entered my feed for a while, so I don't know what he's doing, but like, good.
World, and in turn, it lies to itself. They've pumped out so much BS about their world records and status that they've bought in themselves. They believe in their performance and believe that performing it is the same as doing it. Like we mentioned earlier, Team Beast says that they love to bring in experts and purport to pick their brains, absorb their knowledge. This seems to be an internal cultural belief derived from Jimmy's explicit belief that complex subjects can be absorbed in 20 minutes or less.
Something that annoys me. Education. Why is it that your parents got taught the same way in school that your kids are getting taught? Look at Mark Rober's videos. Look at all this amazing educational content where you learn such great or like such complex topics in like 20 minutes, and it's really engaging and fun and you retain it.
And like, no, there's too much there. Let's not get distracted. Just no. This oddly recasts the entire visit into something between the performance of research, a ritualistic exposure to expertise, or straight up delusion, like they legitimately believe that listening to a dozen YouTubers freestyle their thoughts about fandom confers cumulative decades of experience. They told us how intentional and deliberate they are before moving into a new space, but sorry, that's demonstrably untrue. Hell, while we were putting the finishing touches on this video, Defend1 released a video called Mr. Beast is Boring Now, and Jimmy turned up in the comments agreeing with the guy and suggesting that they hop on a Zoom call to hash some ideas out, which is an absolutely insane thing for the face of a media empire to admit out loud.
Wait, I wasn't listening, sorry. I got Mr. Beast out.
That they hop on a Zoom call to hash some ideas out, which is an absolutely suggesting that Mr. Beast is boring now. And Jimmy turned up in the comments agreeing with the guy and suggesting that they hop on a Zoom call to hash some ideas out, which is an absolutely insane thing for the face of a media empire to admit out loud. Intentional and deliberate, but Jimmy's out there just doing whatever this is. Visibly, demonstrably, Beast.
Also, like, I'd be like, if you pay me $100,000, I'll give you my ideas because you have the money, you know? I'm not going to give you free ideas about how to fix your stupid games.
Industries is being piloted by just some dudes who actually well and truly...
Also, you think about it like this, you might have forgot. Sneeko could have not been Sneeko if Mr. Beast gave him a job. Sneeko worked for Mr. Beast before he was like a big right-wing like loser. Mr. Beast gave us Sneeko. He did, yes. And see, seeing Carl made me think of that. Yes. He was like a part of like the crew. He was like a part of the content crew. He was with Carl and Chandler and all of them. Like he was a part of that for a few videos, and then they fired him. So Mr. Beast made Sneeko. Mr. Beast was hiring Haitians, and I'm only finding out now. Oh, so you're claiming Sneeko now? That's good. The Haitians, y'all can have them.
Do not have a plan. Christ, I'm recording this line right now because we have to keep going back to revise chunks of the script because Jimmy just can't stop releasing embarrassing documentaries all about how bad they are at making a game show. I was kinder to the awful Smart Challenge originally, where they played Simon. I was willing to blow right past it. But then we learned it wasn't just a bad game, it was also profoundly miserable to shoot because it took all night. My source for that is Jimmy B.
Xenoverse 3 trailer. I haven't watched it on stream yet. It's right here. We'll get to it later if we have time.
Beast. James himself is the one who told me. In a video he published is profoundly miserable to shoot because it took all night.
Thank you.
My source for that is Jimmy Beast. James himself is the one who told me. In a video he published. He's doing my job for me.
When we were doing the blocks game, I'm living in that moment right now, like sweating bullets like, guys, we've spent twice what we were budgeted to today, and we're still going.
How much longer do you think we'll go tonight?
I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Beast has a brand of chocolate bars, Feastables, that he would tell you is one of his passion projects.
I've poured thousands of hours, more than you could ever imagine, into perfecting this product.
But Jimmy says that in the same video where he announces version 3.0 of his candy bars, because the first version featured multiple critical design flaws.
There's a reason why like chocolate bars have these like break points here where they like break easily. I didn't know that. And so mine was just one solid sheet of chocolate, but that's almost like a piece of glass. Whereas if you drop it, it just shatters into like a bunch of little pieces. And I also didn't know that there's a thing called a package engineer. If this was sitting on a shelf,
I thought before he got involved in a product, he hired and talked to thousands of experts in the field, but he didn't get to the very core of why chocolate bars are segmented in that way. That's like one of the first things you would ask about a product. He's like, I'm making cars. Why does that one have wheels? When I made a car, I made the wheels square because I didn't know they were supposed to be round because round things roll. And so version 1.0 was confusing to me because I was like, why my car no roll? Then I was like, they were like, oh, because your wheels are square. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Then we added circle wheels, and I was just like, wow, that makes a lot more sense now. It's like, ironically, Elon Musk's design philosophy. Yeah, that's why it sucks. That's why freaking Teslas don't have a freaking roll cage in it. They don't have a crumple zone. They're just a giant slab of metal. Which is why they're both stupid.
when you grab
Because
this
we
one,
different, it made it
these
worse?
would all
Yes.
slide forward, and then they would fall out of the box, or the box would fall off the shelf because of the weight, and so they would fall out like that. And then the bars, because we didn't have the natural breakpoints, would shatter like glass.
You may have seen Feastable bars littering the floor of your local grocery store, and this was why. Jimmy actually got himself in a bit of hot water because he put out an ill-considered call for viewers to clean up the Feastable displays and send him photos in order to enter a giveaway. A few people got worked up about that, but it's mostly just embarrassing. So while Team Beast did identify the problems in their product, they had to see them manifest out in the real world first. This example suggests not only that they did not consult experts in launching...
It's also kind of funny because it also kind of encourages people to mess up the chocolate bars first, take a before picture, then clean it back up, take an after picture, and then send it in for free money. I don't know if anybody got the free money, though. I'm actually not entirely sure.
Me's coveted chocolate bar, but that no one so much as set up a prototype in a break room and eat through a box organically in order to experience these immediate and universal problems.
I've poured thousands of hours, more than you could ever imagine, into perfecting this product.
This is all just a means to the ultimate end of Beast Industries' ambition of being a $100 billion company.
Yo, honestly, this is a way better takedown than whatever Dog Pack came up with. And it's not even meant to be a takedown. But it's so much better because it's actually presented in a impactful way. It shows that Mr. Beast is not like, Mr. Beast fakes his videos or whatever, which obviously they're fake, right? But it's more Mr. Beast is so Mr. Beast is so negligent. Mr. Beast is so negligent about the creation of his content that he doesn't even care about the end product. Howard student, by the way. Yes, actually. I am a grad student getting my master's degree in political science. I can speak well.
This is actually one of the rules of Team Beast presented on bold posters in the halls of Beast Studios.
See the value. We are building the next $100 billion company. If you don't believe in us, you shouldn't be here. Now, that's ambitious. That's very ambitious. For context, Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers Discovery for a paltry $82.7 billion. So they have to expand. The road to $100 billion isn't just paved.
No, he said benevolent. That's what he said. I said negligent. It's different.
Candy bars and YouTube videos. It's also toys, like a whole line of tiny plastic choking hazards called Mr. Beast Labs. Here's one of them.
Most Mr. Beast lab toys thrown during a production of a video essay recorded in Canada and was achieved in Calgary, Alberta by Folding Ideas on March 10th, 2026. Dang, so since from recording to posting, it only took about a month? Respect.
This is the rationale that justifies 600 GoPros. Be the biggest at everything at all costs.
And this whole process is toxic to the production. The need to not just be big, but to say that you're big ends up dictating the creative process at the expense of things like knowing when your episodes are going to end.
Because everything becomes a measure of clout. Saying you have the most cameras, saying you bring in experts before making your merch, saying you want to be a $100 billion YouTube company, it's all just clout.
Saying the top of the hour ad break. Where if you don't want to see the ads, and you will see the ads if you're not subscribed. Also, Super Shark Fist, thank you for the Prime, by the way. You should give your Prime to me. Chat, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Don't give your Prime to a streamer that has more money than I do, because it's not fair. Give your Primes to me, because they only work here, right now. And you're going to see the ads. I'm going to start juicing the ads up. And in case you ever have noticed, I already did a little bit. And they can go up further, chat. I'm still below the recommended amount for the ads. I'll keep juicing them. Currently it's at like, I don't know what it's at now. 8 minutes per hour. It recommends me go to 10 minutes and 30 seconds. And I'll do it. I got Turbo use me. I do appreciate the Turbo havers because Turbo havers, I get more money per ad from Turbo than otherwise. So, then I'll miss Beast games. You will, unfortunately. Or just tap over to YouTube. YouTube chat doesn't get any ads. So, honestly, I might just start doing that. I might juice the ads up.
I live like a capitalist
And
every
just,
single day, Shank.
with the ads
I
play,
live
just
as a
tap over to
capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Drew DTMP4 just subscribed.
When the ads are over, it'll be fine. It'll be chill. That way I get the money. And then you don't see any ads anyway. Drew.mp4, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Because I am live on YouTube, chat. So, that's capitalism, indeed.
All the way down.
While this frame might look innocuous, it actually represents the most...
So YouTube chat gets neglected? Yeah, but keep your Chatterino open. You can still chat on Chatterino and just watch it on YouTube chat. But then jump back here after the ads are over. Don't forget that part. That's an important part of the dynamic.
Expensive single day of recording a video essay in Calgary, Alberta. An already impressive feat.
But that's not all. We've got even more firsts for you. This is the first video essay ever recorded with a bouncy castle in a tuxedo on Super 8mm film. Isn't that right, certification dude? Let's go.
This is so Mr. Beast. Oh. Bro, this film grain makes it look like a horror movie.
I find the Mr. Beast style creatively repulsive. Jimmy is undeniably a savant at algorithmic optimization, but he has built a machine that is utterly incapable of comprehending its own work as a creative endeavor.
True.
The standard output of Beast Industries has no narrative structure, no build-up, no calm. It's just a wall of indistinct visual and auditory noise. Open a modern Mr. Beast video and Jimmy is screaming at you in literal milliseconds.
We just got dropped off on this 2,000-year-old ancient temple!
That much is clear from the outside, but perhaps the biggest revelation of the whole tour is how uncontroversial this status quo is. Mr. Beast videos begin as a title and thumbnail. That is the measure by which concepts are pitched and greenlit. This practice isn't a cardinal sin in isolation, it's a pragmatic reality of YouTube. Professional YouTubers need to put a lot of thought into the title and thumbnail because we want to eat. And yeah, sometimes the creative impetus behind a video really is that it'd make for a killer thumbnail, but it's rare that any of us will admit that because we know that it's a bit naughty, a bit tacky, because it's starting with the marketing and working backwards to create the product. It's cynical. Dare I say, it's anti-art. It wasn't shocking to learn that Mr. Beast videos typically begin as thumbnails, but it was shocking how open the team was to that admission. They were cagey about so many things, but this was said without a hint of concern. It's not a dirty secret, nor is it an open secret, because it's not a secret at all. It's public knowledge.
He goes, we obsess.
Yeah, we won't get that.
He's like, we build 20,
I'm also
30.
working baby. It's on my finger. This doesn't blend into me at all.
40 thumbnails, and once we like a thumbnail, we go build the video and the idea around it.
They had a poster on a wall, one that I tragically didn't get any footage of, that laid bare the mandate of the writer's room. Is this a 100 million view idea?
In his mind, it has to cross 100 million, right?
Oh, it's like 2.
Is it 200?
It's like 200-300 now.
This mindset, where ideas are conceptualized as views and no idea can be more complex than a 10-word title, is...
I mean, it does sound insane, but I also think it's just like, they're just framing something that YouTubers normally do as like something unique. It's like, we start with an idea first. Like, yeah, so does everybody. The idea has to come before the thumbnails. In order to build a thumbnail, you have to know what the idea is. And you just change the process up where you build the thumbnail first because you think it makes you sound savvy or something. But it kind of just shows their lack of, like, you know, artistic integrity.
It's nakedly anti-art. Again, though, creativity will always exist in some sort of tension with commerce because we need to eat. Now, you might counter by pointing out that Team Beast is just emulating the cold calculus you find in Hollywood, AAA gaming, and pop music. What I'd say to that is, sure, Hollywood executives have their equivalent to the 100 million view idea, and large-scale art, the equivalent of Mr. Beast, is absolutely dominated by commercial interests. But you will always find some sort of delineation between the suits and the creative.
Beast That's pretty funny though. That idea for the thumbnail of Mr. Beast curing blindness, and that became a video. That's true. He's like, what would make a good thumbnail? Curing blindness or curing deafness? Blindness. We'll do blindness first, and then maybe we'll do deafness after this. That's insane.
If you want sinners, the only way to get it is to humor Ryan Coogler when he insists on shooting on Ultra Panavision 70. The smart business decision is to eventually step back and let Ryan cook. But on the other end of the spectrum, even the most corporate schlock fences off the artists from the commercial. Call of Duty does not want its writers or animators making business decisions because business decisions are for the businessmen. The core difference between all these ghouls and Beast Industries is that the business people and the creative people at Beast Industries are the same people. Separation is not only physically impossible, it's a crime. When a member of the content team has an idea, they turn their head and see this sign and are immediately challenged to make a business decision. They then begin workshopping the title and thumbnail, another business decision. And if the idea gets approval, it's handed off to the feasibility team.
I'm sorry, what? This isn't even the craziest thing. It's the second tweet that got me. David has tons of child pornography on his phone, prosecutors claim. During the hearing, prosecutors claimed that they went through his phone and they found significant amounts of child porn. It is unclear if the alleged CP is featuring Celeste. So it might not even be of like the child that he was raping and murdered. Like, and it again, I want to imagine that the cops didn't arrest him until now in order to gather more evidence. But like, this guy was like free for like 8 months. Free for 8 months, just chilling. Sorry, I saw that and I was like, that's insane. And it's not entirely surprising, but
You're not looking at me, boy.
Team whose job is to make business decisions on whether the concept is viable. It's a process that is incapable of producing anything other than...
I missed the... Oh, Grandma Leave with the raid. Sorry, I got distracted by a tweet that we saw. Insanity.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Talk something really 11 months.
Tarksan just subscribed.
Is that on icons?
Why?
Oh, was it on? I didn't finish reading it. We can look at the. I think I closed it. No, this is a different one. This one. I don't know why TMZ isn't using the correct term, which is CSAM, but they may be just using the term that the prosecutors are using as well. Which is what. Then the question is, why are they not using the correct term? But there's a wiretap involved in the investigation. Wiretap took place last year. David was shackled to wear an orange jumpsuit. He was cool, calm, and collected. He pled not guilty. Okay, we'll get into it later. But okay, prosecutors claim that David killed Celeste with a sharp instrument, and a Los Angeles County medical examiner said teenagers died from multiple penetrative injuries before having her arms and legs and fingers amputated. Okay, so she was directly dismembered. That's what the autopsy is saying. So he stabbed her and then cut off her arms, legs, and then 2 fingers. Which, the question now, not to be graphic about this, like obviously trigger warning for all of this, but like they had matching tattoos. Yeah, that exactly. Was it the finger with the tattoos on them that he cut off in order to like try to not? It was. Yeah, I know. It's just like straight to jail, bro. Was he planning to cut off his own finger with the tattoos? Like he's like, oh, they can't identify her if we cut her up enough and get away with the tattoos because like it shows that we were linked together. But again, none of this none of this makes any sense because he just left her in the car to like decompose. Like if he had enough, this is why it doesn't make sense to me. If he had enough wherewithal for himself to cut off her finger with the matching tattoo on it, why would he leave her body in there? Which is why I'm thinking there's somebody else that is involved. I'm guaranteed. There has to be somebody else involved. I think him or his team got a fixer involved that was like, we'll take care of it, and they didn't take care of it for whatever reason. The car was at his manager's house. The car was at his house. It was a house under his name, technically, I'm pretty sure. Just like down the road. Driven away from the house a little bit. Like, I don't know. Like, only time will tell. But we can take a look at this.
David is now official.
It's 10 minutes long, but like, that's, I don't know. Manager rented the house for him, David. Oh, okay. I mean, he had bodyguards, including people who knew of his relationship, let alone him rolling up to high schools. Yeah. So, am I misremembering that the car was a rental? No, it was the car was like purchased under his name. Like so it was in his name. I don't know what this means. Superman production upsets Atlanta prisoners over alleged security restrictions. Like, what is that? I don't know what this refers to. Atlanta inmates pissed at Superman. Anyway, maybe we'll get to this a little bit after. I do want to finish this video at least because we're almost getting close to being close to done. Was the car not removed and they only found the body sometime later? Yes, that's exactly what happened. I think the manager renting the place is important, honestly, and showing the manager is involved. I think just from like what we have so far, I said this months ago when we first got this information. Is what I think. I think she threatened to go public with the relationship. David killed her because he was like, "No, my career," and he then called up his manager or his agency or somebody, and they were like, "We're gonna handle it." So either they called fixers or the manager came over. And they did this tandem, like, this is what you're gonna do. And then they took the body. They said, you go change your clothes, drive off somewhere else, go do something else somewhere else. And then we'll take care of this. They basically dismembered her, cut off her fingers with the tattoo on it, basically, put her in the car. And then we're planning to drive away with it or something. And then I don't know what happened after that, but like something fell through, something didn't happen. And now David got caught holding the bag because the car got reported for sitting there, taken to an impound lot. And then a smell was reported in the car. So I don't think he himself was like, I'm going to go do this thing. And then I would do it. I think he had some assistance or help or somebody, if it was his manager or somebody his manager hired. I think there was somebody else involved in that. And all we can do is hope that like he snitches on that person. They go to jail too.
Than the hollow shell of art, the outward form devoid of substance, pure content birthed into the world by the raw pursuit of metrics.
Yeah.
The way
like
that
he
Jimmy
wasn't
and
at the house, so he had to have. If he killed her, he had to have left her somewhere and gone somewhere else. Somebody else has to be involved. So even if it was just him, this entire situation, he had to have gone stay with somebody else. He had to have gone. Somebody had to have picked him up. Like there has to have been somebody who knew of this dynamic. I do not believe that this was a completely solo operation and that he did it all himself. Somebody else was involved. To some degree. Somebody else knew that he killed her. Somebody else knew that they were in a relationship together and they helped him cover it up. Because think about it like this. He was not like private with this relationship, right? With this child that he was, grooming this child. He was not private about that. So people knew that he was in this relationship with this child. It was not confusing to anybody that he just stopped showing up with her for months. Because they said that she was killed in like April or May, and her body was found in I think it was August. So it didn't confuse anybody. Imagine if you and your partner went everywhere together, and then your partner just stopped showing up with them. They just disappeared from the face of the earth. That wouldn't raise any eyebrows or any questions, especially if you know that this person is underage. I don't know. There's too many unknowns, and it's all speculation. But like, I think somebody else is involved. One thing that Caroline pointed out is that if he hadn't murdered her, he probably would have been still had a career. Think about Chris Brown and Shia LaBeouf. These men have done horrible things and they still get work. I agree. I do think it's a tad bit different because, like, she's like 14 years old, right? And like, you know, like I think that's a little bit more of a line that he has to like. That one wouldn't really pass over. Where like, you know, Chris Brown beating women, people shrug at that. They're like, whatever, right? But like, you know, like pedophiles, even for like, as much of this is posturing, still get like portrayed a certain way, right? The musician had 14-year-old victims though, yeah. But also like as the chat is saying, like he's not Epstein class. Like David is different than like R. Kelly. Where R. Kelly had legacy. R. Kelly had industry connections. David was a 20-something-year-old who was young in the industry. Or Diddy. Diddy's another good example, right? He doesn't have those connections in the same sort of way. Even Chris Brown has legacy in the way that David didn't. Right? So I don't see the industry protecting David the same way they protect Diddy or Chris Brown or R. Kelly. You know? TikTok music people versus long-term industry people. Yeah. So I think it's slightly different. Not saying that he wouldn't have gotten away with it, but I think it's slightly different. Or Jay-Z. I mean, yeah, true. No cock necessary. Like you're in company here with Jay-Z. I think Jay-Z gets away with it a lot because like Beyonce rides for him. Even though like, you know, he has quite a few allegations of grooming under his belt. But because Beyonce's beloved and Beyonce like is in love with that man, is how he gets away with so much of it. You know? Here, we'll finish this off this video though. We're almost done.
By extension, the rest of Team Beast use the phrase passion project simply can't escape the gravity well of their mercenary commitment to metrics above all. It becomes a shadow over everything. Most Beast stuff, from Beast games to Feastables, gets called a passion project at one point or another. Maybe this isn't even lying. Maybe Jimmy is legitimately passionate for cheap plastic toys and mediocre candy bars.
Oh, but speaking of cheap plastic toys, well, not cheap. I got into Warhammer recently, and I finally painted my first minis. It's kind of fun. I enjoy it. I'm now a Warhammer nerd. Show minis. They're downstairs. I only paid 2. Just do crack is cheaper? Yeah. Later. I'll do it before I end stream. What army? They're Space Marines, and I painted them just like the instructions said, because I didn't know what to do. So I was going to follow the instructions for this one. But I do want to build a Death Watch army. I don't know, for some reason, since I've heard about the Death Watch, I was like, Death Watch seems so cool. But I also kind of like Imperial Knights. They're just giant mechs. I'm like, that's so sick. But they're so much more expensive. Anyway, sorry, it's a little aside.
Even the philanthropy projects catch strays here.
Beast Philanthropy is one of the many spin-off channels under the umbrella of Team Beast, though the separation is hazy at best since Beast Philanthropy videos all still hinge on the same ostentatious spectacle that defines the main channel.
It's something of a boy who cried wolf situation. Jimmy may truly believe in Beast Philanthropy and may genuinely see Beast in
3D print them? Listen. I cannot confirm or deny the existence of a 3D printer involved in this process at some point.
Industries as a vehicle to ultimately end world hunger.
Oh, actually, I think you might be able to see a 3D printer back here. Or you can't see it, but it's like over there. But it's right there. There's being super essay apparently. We covered it earlier today.
These ideals sit directly alongside answering the question of if an octogenarian can win a foot race against a 12-year-old, or how much money is needed to convince 2 randos to spend a month living chained to their ex. The philanthropy stuff is weird.
Hey, I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free. Am I crazy? I may be a little bit crazy.
I don't want to get caught up in the weeds here. Beast Philanthropy has its share of scandals, but no matter how tacky and naive Jimmy may be while he points a camera at his altruism, it's hard for me to get worked up about this in a world beset by billionaires behaving like literal vampires. I suppose the oddness is rooted in how the philanthropy side of things emerged from the swamp of...
It's an X for a reason.
Jimmy's early career. The earliest stuff involved several different channels where he attempted a dizzying array of styles and formats, but his first success on YouTube came on a video titled
Counting to 1,000 or 10,000 or something like that, right? I mean, counting to 1,000,000.
I counted to 100,000.
Oh, it's that one. I knew that was the video though.
Where Jimmy counted from 1 to 100,000 in a single 48-hour session.
89,068, 89,069, 89,000.
Just recently, Jimmy Beast went on Jimmy Fallon and admitted that the impetus behind the video came from wanting to find a way to make money while watching Game of Thrones.
I thought about this. I'm not even joking. How can I make money while watching shows I like? And I was like, well, what if I...
Ugh, he sucks, bro. If your first thought is like, how do I make money off of doing the things that I enjoy? If that's your first thought instead of like, I enjoy this thing, let me just do this thing and share that with the world. And if the money comes, it comes.
While I watch it, I just record myself counting, and it worked out.
And so, Mr. Beast's first viral hit was the purest possible business decision. It was trash, an utterly lifeless creative work with nothing to say beyond its title and thumbnail, simply a vehicle for making money. Beast Industries is the pure embodiment of that philosophy.
My first business at an internet cafe at 22, how do I make a living? Also get stowed and play video games. I think it's a little bit different of like, if you're like, I'm passionate about starting a business. That's different than how do I just make money by just, doing basically nothing, which is kind of what Mr. Beast did. Right? There's like, how do I turn my passion that I love into doing that successfully? How do I make a business because I'm passionate about business? And then I'm bored and I want to watch Game of Thrones. How do I make a slop YouTube channel where, you know what I mean? where I can just like churn out the most low effort content to just make a little bit of money off of spectacle. I think those are three different things with varying levels of like okayness.
Philosophy. In that sense,
right?
Jimmy,
like, Mr. Beast
never
should have, or if I would have more leeway for him if it was just like, I like Game of Thrones and I want to experience Game of Thrones with an audience. So I'm going to record my reactions to Game of Thrones and I do that for content. I respect that way more than just like, well, I want to be able to watch Game of Thrones, so I'm just going to count to 100,000 for the spectacle of it because that's going to make me some money, you know? It's just like, there's no creativity behind it. There's no like passion behind it. He was not passionate about counting to 100,000. He was passionate about making money. And so he started with, I want to make money. How do I make money? Right? And I can do this. Like, what can I do while I watch Game of Thrones, basically? Instead of being like, I'm passionate about starting a business, or I'm passionate about this passion. How do I monetize that so I'm able to do that more consistently? His mindset is immediately broken. He starts from the money and works backwards from there. It could have been anything, which is why his next video was saying PewDiePie's name 10,000 times or something to get PewDiePie's attention. He's completely soulless and it fully felt in all of his content. You're absolutely valid. Yeah.
Ever stopped counting.
89,701, 89,702, 89,703, 89,704, 89,705, 89,706, 89,707, 89,708, 89,709.
Beast Games is transparently a derivative of Squid Game. It's another open secret that could benefit from being at least a little bit of a secret. When Squid Game first came out on Netflix, the MrBeast brand was all over it. The premise of the show is that contestants have to do very simplistic, childish challenges under high-stakes circumstances, so the dovetail with the MrBeast brand was basically baked in. Initially, they just recreated the show in Minecraft for the MrBeast gaming channel while they assembled, shot, cut, and released $456,000 Squid Game in real life for the main channel in less than 2.5 months. That video is, to this day, MrBeast's most viewed video, and not by a small margin. Hence, we got Beast Games, the non-IP infringing Amazon Prime counterpart. What I find fascinating, though, is how Jimmy seems both resistant to and frustrated by comparisons to Squid Game.
First off, we didn't kill people.
During our preview of Beast Games, Jimmy
Which is kind of crazy because you stole their concept. This is like making essentially McDonald's and being like, we're not McDonald's, okay? Why do people keep calling us McDonald's? We're McDonald's. It's different. You stole their concept. You ripped off what they were doing. Like, that's literally like what you're doing. Is that anything for you episode? I haven't seen that episode probably. I've only seen the first episode, which was like poop ice cream, which I was like, this is kind of an interesting thing.
Theater and was present for the following.
Beast burgers? True. You're right. He did make burgers. Which also sucked as well, from what I understand.
Debrief. When I raised the subject of Squid Game, he became quite worked up. In his mind, Squid Game kills people and Beast Games makes millionaires, so they're not remotely similar and the comparison is offensive. And that is strictly true. Amazon hasn't given Jimmy clearance to murder his participants, maybe that's a season 4 thing, but come on, man. Beast Games is a Squid Game ripoff. That would have been impossible to deny even if you hadn't actually made Squid Game IRL. This isn't a purely semantic argument. It has a tangible effect on the end product. When you make a sincere adaptation of the satirical fictional murder game show from the anti-capitalist classic Do Not Build the Murder Game Show, you're going to import the bad stuff. I don't need to belabor this point. Beast Games has taken a satire of reality game shows as humiliation rituals for the desperate and taken that as their starting position. Regardless of how altruistic the show's spirit may or may not be, the vibes were doomed to be gross from the start. But fine, Jimmy thinks the Squid Game comparison is unfair. Fine. Whatever.
First off, we didn't kill people.
The remark I found more upsetting came from one of the tour guides earlier in the day. We were told repeatedly that the philosophy of Beast Games wasn't to shape cast into stories or make them characters in editing, but to put them into scenarios that would expose who they really were.
Beast Games, in its purest form, its existence...
But like, you can't say that and then change the games when who they are aren't what you like. You can't say, we're here to expose who people truly are. But it's like, you guys are being too cooperative, actually. We're going to change the games and eliminate you randomly because you're too cooperative. Is that not what you wanted? Like, you wanted them to show who you are, and what they turned out to be was not what you liked. And then you took it out on random participants because you didn't get what you wanted out of that. So no, you are trying to tell a story. You're trying to craft a narrative. Essentially.
Is a simulation. This simulated world can be cold, brutal, and is entirely controlled by choices.
This echoes the sentiment that Beast Games is some kind of grand social experiment, a social experiment centered overwhelmingly around two things: money and lying for money.
I'm getting more money for you, JC. I'm getting you more money, man. More money!
Can you give Nick 3 more K? You know what? I'll give Nick 3 more K.
For what?
I don't know. He wants more money.
The idea that Beast Games exposes some truth about individuals or collectives is deeply insulting and shows an ignorance to not just the product they created, but their chosen career. The social experiment thesis fails from first principles. It's a game show. While we get glimpses into human nature through peer pressure and the like, what we're seeing is predominantly the rules of Beast Games playing out in front of us. I think most viewers pick up on the game theory in Beast Games just intuitively. Everyone is here to make money, and long odds are you will never see any of these people again. Thus, you should always take the money. Your Beast Games integrity doesn't spend here. But the show is willfully blind to this idea. Beast Games loves the thought of people betraying their friends and allies for money.
If you don't think Corey has it, this is your chance to switch teams.
Are you gonna tell her what you told everyone else?
But if you guys once again refuse to lie to each other,
You'll give me no choice but to go to my plan B. And I promise you, none of you are gonna like plan B.
The only reason that narrative plays at all is that, like, yeah, after a month of living together, there is a base amount of courtesy between the contestants that makes them feel bad about playing the game that they're there to play. Peer pressure is powerful in even small doses. What Beast Games considers tests of integrity or selfishness or whatever are, to me at least, better understood simply as exercises in coercion. A contestant makes a promise to someone else, and it's about finding a dollar value high enough to compel that contestant to go back on their word and make a liar out of them.
I didn't hold true to my word, and I feel bad. I feel somber.
And honestly, you should do that. Like, you don't have any obligation to any of these people, right? Like, theoretically speaking. You know, it's a little bit different if, like in Survivor, you're separated into, like, groups, like off rip. You're in this team over here, you're in this team over there. You guys are together. And you build that, but you don't get that from Beast Games. You start with 1,000 people. You can't know everybody. You know? And so when betrayals happen in Survivor, it feels like, wow, we were here from day 1, and now you're portraying me on, like, day 25 or something. Like, that means more than, like, I didn't know you last week because there was 1,000 people here. Now there's, like, 500 people here. And now I know you, but now I still don't really know you because it's been, like, 2 days.
I don't even want to touch it. It feels dirty to me.
And sorry, I don't think that process says anything noteworthy about society or even Nick the wrestler as an individual. It's just juicing humans for content. Due to the magic of editing, it will always be about whatever the producers decide it will be about after the fact. When someone steals the money, it becomes a story of greed. When they hold the line, it becomes a testament to human integrity. To be really tacky and quote myself, they will always be able to use the whole bird. And you'd think that a team working in reality TV would be awake to this aspect of the genre, aware that it is literally impossible for them to not present a constructed story without posting the raw 24/7 footage. It's also just a bizarre thing to say to a room full of media critics and fans of reality TV who don't engage with the genre as if it's genuine. We know it's a show. We know what the sausage is made of. It is rude to talk to us like we're their audience and don't know where mommy goes when she holds up the dish towel. This is part of a pattern of behavior with Beast Industries, where the system as it is set up is constitutionally incapable of processing the optics of its own behavior. It's honestly not even malicious so much as it is supremely credulous. It's the kind of thoughtlessness that leads to leaving a Twitter philanthropy award on display from con man and Bed Bath & Beyond stock grifter Bill Pulte, seen here on stage with meme stock fail son pee-pee seeds.
Has anybody here?
Is that Ian Carell? Am I tripping? This guy. I think I might be tripping. Hold on. Ian Carell. It looks a little bit like him. Just the glasses on. I think that is him.
Here heard of Twitter philanthropy?
It's the absent-mindedness that leads to continually releasing behind-the-scenes clips that make you look bad at your job. It's a boys being boys attitude running a $5 billion company like you're still 4 dudes dicking around with leaf blowers in your backyard that fosters an environment of passive callousness.
Oh, it was him. It was him. Yeah. I was right. I was correct. PP show, Pulte live special guest, Vivek Ramaswamy and Ian Carell. It was him. Jeez Louise, I have no idea why I recognize this man.
Leads to the kind of heinous stuff that happened on Beast Games Season 1 that we just don't have time to go into. Hoots Hootman has a whole chapter dedicated to this in her video about Beast Burger. I don't need to retread her work.
Because within this 54-page class action lawsuit, by far the most heavily redacted pages released to the public are those that have to do with the sexual harassment of 5 women working on the set of a television show produced by the biggest company in the world and a YouTuber that's...
I don't really care, if I'm being entirely honest.
Statistically, your middle school age son is watching. I think this excerpt is particularly damning.
It's the lack of critical thought that leads to gormlessly flying the entire remaining cast of Beast Games off to Saudi Arabia to drive Lamborghinis around Riyadh, witlessly participating in the Saudi government's public image reformation campaign, along with star-studded comedy festivals and a chintzy Mr. Beast theme park. This is just wholly sincere advertisement. This is product placement.
Bro, this city's incredible.
Better than Beast City for sure.
This city looks like it's from the future. This is crazy.
Sure.
One of the odd contradictions of Mr. Beast is that he doesn't have a fandom remotely proportional to his actual viewership. In theory, with his viewership of almost 4 billion views a month, he is on par with any major franchise, up in the same range as professional sports. He should be utterly inescapable, but instead he's just kind of lingering in the quagmire of the culture. To use Reddit as a very loose proxy for fandom, Beast Games' dominant subreddit has 19.4 thousand members. Pretty modest. By comparison, the major subreddit for The Pit has over 100,000. Beast Games Season 2 is a show that uses more gear than the Olympics, and The Pit is a show you may only have heard of because some beardy YouTuber told you it's good and that you should be watching it. I am that beardy YouTuber. Go watch it.
I saw the Ice episode
not the episode. I saw an Ice clip about it. I'm like, oh, okay.
To the main Mr. Beast subreddit the day after the Beast Games finale to find 2 posts in the last 24 hours, both about Minecraft, with a combined total of 6 comments and 15 upvotes between them, from a sub with 1.4 million followers. The sub is dead. And Mr. Beast's comments on the YouTube channel are just a comment section. Anecdotally, it feels like Mr. Beast's most diehard fans today come from the hustle culture side of things. People invested in Jimmy's bootstrap story and the fantasy of a small YouTuber building a media empire with his boys. People who share Jimmy's admiration of Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. But those people aren't consumers. They watch Jimmy's podcast appearances. They don't watch Mr. Beast. Sincere Mr. Beast fans do exist, but there's nowhere for them to properly congregate and make Mr. Beast feel like a living...
Well, yes, there is. It's called The Playground.
...cultural
entity. It's called the local park.
I think
it's kindergarten.
The influencer iShowSpeed makes for a really illustrative comparison. iShowSpeed has 51 million subscribers at time of writing, a fraction of Mr. Beast's 468 million at the same point in time. iShowSpeed is mobbed wherever he goes. He can proc a stream in Kenya and it looks like the second coming of Jesus Christ. It's actually a little concerning. Speed reminds us just how big these numbers are. By contrast, Jimmy's public appearances, even when organized, pull in a fraction of this number. And maybe it's a mark in Jimmy's favor that
is because he's not a personality. He's a brand. Nobody cares about Jimmy Donaldson. They care about Mr. Beast only insofar as it's like freaking Disney. You know, like if Bob Iger is walking down the street, the CEO of Disney, you're not gonna be like, look, it's Bob Iger. You know what I mean? Because nobody cares about the dude. He's rich, very successful. But nobody's going to be like, look at that guy right there. But for iShowSpeed, he's not really a brand. He's a personality. Right? I mean, Hasan as well. Also, as a fraction of Mr. Beast's total size. Hasan walks on the street, they're like, is that Hasan? Nobody says that for Mr. Beast. He just seems like a random white dude. I'm going to be real. No beef. He's interesting. It's the talent of the people on his show that made him. But even then, it's his money that's made him. Separate from his shows. It's just about how much money he has. It's about his branding. And even then, it sucks. Nobody cares about it.
Isn't out here causing human stampedes on the regular, but whatever you may think of all of this, it's clear that iShowSpeed has juice that Jimmy simply does not.
I am now the mayor of Peru!
Jimmy Beast can be personable on Jimmy Fallon, but Jimmy Beast is no Jimmy Jones. iShowSpeed's content is even more transient and disposable than Mr. Beast. It's a pure embodiment of stream of consciousness noise. It's not even right to call it creative work. It's a celebrity walking around and letting the novelties of the world come to him. So why does he feel so much bigger? Well, such is the ephemeral nature of celebrity. Back at Beast Industries, right next to the poster proclaiming that employees need to embrace the vision of being a $100 billion company, is a companion rule. YouTube first. We are here to make the best YouTube videos on earth, not the best produced videos. If you don't know the difference, ask Jimmy. There is baked into the company's values an ideological divide between what they do and art. Now, some people do in fact just think he's neat, and Jimmy Donaldson, the man, is indeed very easy to like. In actual conversation, he's personable and laid back and does seem to show a genuine interest in listening to other people talk about their expertise. When he's not actively screaming at you through the magic of the internet, Jimmy is mostly a frictionless individual. He isn't going to challenge you. Okay, he might literally challenge you to climb into a bucket of snakes, but he's not a challenging figure. But that's not enough. If Mr. Beast wants to realize the aspiration of being a $100 billion company, there are some extremely non-trivial...
Position of as speed as stream of consciousness.
No, I don't think he's saying it as a beef. I see what he's saying. He's basically saying like, Speed is a lot like Bourdain, right? Where he lets the cultures that he interacts with speak for themselves, right? Speed is more of a tour guide than like, he's also a part of the content, right? But like when he goes to a place, he's like, here, this is the people. They're the content. They're the pull. It's just my experience with them that you're filtered through, right? Where Jimmy, it's not like that. Jimmy just tries to give you Marvel or whatever. Tell a story, he acts as a conduit for those stories. Yeah, and that's why it works. It works very well.
Real hurdles to overcome. One is that there is a plateau to what MrBeast can achieve in its current form. There are simply a bounded number of 12-year-olds in the world. If MrBeast is to exceed that plateau, it will need mass appeal. It will need to be as mainstream as football. It might feel like he's kinda already there, but not remotely. The line that we're trying to navigate here is the difference between scale and popularity. Beast Industries is currently valued around $5 billion overall, and skating a
interview
little
with freaking Clavicular.
below $500 million per year in revenue, though not profitable. So their dream is to eventually 20x in scale.
Jimmy's trying to maintain notoriety. Yeah, I think he's trying to maintain growth. That's what is hitting Jimmy Beast right now. He's doing fine, right? He's only losing money because he's trying to expand his scope. If he stayed where he is and just kept making videos as they were, he would still make money. You don't need to be doing deals with the Saudis, right? You don't need to be building out new infrastructure in Nevada. You have the facilities, you have the warehouses, you have the infrastructure, you have the equipment. Just keep making content. But he's like, no, we need more. And so he keeps trying to expand the scope, which leads his cost to be higher, which leads him to try to have to pivot in order to attract new demographics.
That simply isn't achievable.
I will say, I would pay good money to see MrBeast team up with Scientology, letting people do like a obstacle course with Scientology. That's a good idea. Have y'all seen the new trend where like the Zoomers and the Gen Alpha people are like filming Scientology buildings? Now imagine MrBeast build an obstacle course in Scientology. It was like all of the Zoomers running through this Scientology themed obstacle course. See who can get the furthest into Scientology. That would be funny. But he's not doing that. He's not doing stuff like that, which he should. Make it esports, exactly.
Is a standalone
comment with that? That's true.
YouTube channel. So Team Beast is attempting to leverage MrBeast as a launching point for other commercial ventures, such as the candy bars and toys, but while Jimmy is a savant at YouTube, he does not have the Midas touch, and has arguably been racking up a quiet string of failures. Beast Burger was marred by inconsistent execution, a grating premise, and bad partnerships, leaving the whole thing mired in litigation. Beast Labs has been described as so far past shelf warming, it's not even funny. Lunchly shipped rotten food.
I forgot about Lunchly.
But even if all of these...
Yeah, and Mr. No Preservatives is like, yeah, our food has no preservatives in it. Yeah, and they go moldy. I guess you now understand why food has preservatives in it, to preserve them.
Were hits. You don't get to 100 billion by selling candy bars in the grocery store. You get there by being the grocery store. The next hurdle in that journey is that adults, broadly, don't like MrBeast.
I have a challenge for all of you.
They find the brand actively repellent and associated with low-quality, thoughtless products. Things
which, as they should.
Made cheaply and quickly. Candy bars that need 2 iterations to have molded breakpoints. The whole enterprise has a stank about it, a manic desperation combined with a naked embrace of everything repulsive in the metrics-driven attention economy. MrBeast reeks.
MrBeast reeks. LOL. The world you grew up in no longer exists.
This was yesterday. Hawk Tua really eating lunchly while KSI new song plays in the background. None of these things exist anymore.
I like my cheese drippy, bruh. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. So good. Let's start the podcast. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. I like my cheese drippy, bruh.
First stream, love your vids. Thank you. There are many of them out there, but there are a few. Enjoy them while you can, chatter. Welcome in. Did you see this? What is this? I miss Hawk to a girl. I don't. What? A hairdryer in Paris airport broke Polymarket's weather market and made someone $34,000 richer. Polymarket was settling Paris temperature bets on a single Mateo French sensor sitting near the Charles de Gaulle runway perimeter, basically unguarded. A guy who bought the long shot outcome, which was 22 degrees Celsius, when everyone else expecting to 18 degrees Celsius for pennies, since no one thought it'd hit. He walked up to the probe, briefly hit the air around it with a portable heat source, spiking the reader long enough to register a daily max. The temperature snapped back to normal in minutes. The markets resolved in his favor. He cashed out twice on April 6th and 15th before Mateo France caught on and filed charges. What do you mean filed charges? What charges? Why is the I guess the censor. Good for him. You know what? Get yours. You deserve it. What law did they break? Probably breaking and entering and tampering with a device or something like that. It's at an airport, so there's probably laws against that. But like, respect. I wonder how he found out that's how they were being resolved. I guess Polymarket probably looks at an API. He probably found out what the API is and what they use to get their temperatures, and then kind of walked it back to get to where it was.
Of ambition, derogatory. Maybe Beast Burger, Beast Labs, Lunchly, and even Beast Games have been over-scrutinized. Maybe there is an army of haters out there who just want to see Jimmy lose, and Team Beast must navigate that every day. But that is a cage of their own construction, built one honey ad at a time. No one wants to see this guy win. This is villain behavior.
Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
A staple of the channel is rooted in giveaways and a participatory story of wealth distribution. In a hodgepodge of videos ranging from daring Chandler to eat a cockroach for $100 and giving homeless people bags full of cash on hidden camera, emerged a synthesis format where Team Beast round up X number of Ys and have them compete in juvenile challenges for vast sums of money. In the earliest days of this version of the channel, proximity to Mr. Beast was literally the sorting factor that could land you a sack full of bills, but even as the pool of participants expanded, the channel has never shaken the perception that one weird trick to getting rid of your debt is to know someone who knows someone in Team Beast's casting department. Of course, that's extra hard to shake when stuff like this keeps happening in 2020.
So you mentioned in this VOD,
report back if I'm treated like Thanos. Yeah, that's what I need. I need to go there like... I'm going to Japan this year. We'll report back if I'm treated like Thanos. Yeah, that's what I need. I need to go there like ASAP. And I swear to God, if I'm not treated like I'm Prime Muzan from Demon Slayer, I'm gonna start moving like that nigga.
We made it, chat. How did you even find this? We made it. We up. We are up. And this son looked at it as well yesterday. And I can tell these things just because whenever I get a like on my tweet from Hasan, I'm like, he has to have seen this on the stream. Because bro does not scroll Twitter on his like free time. Unless it's to like,
I don't know, see like haters. Cause I keep seeing Hasan responding to haters on my tweet timeline. You're on black people Twitter a lot too. Am I? W. I do be a black person on Twitter. Maybe it's because I have CEO of black people in my timeline. Bro, imagine I go to Howard, I get to Howard, and they treat me like I'm Thanos there too. I view him out in the wild more than I do Hasan. Really? Why are y'all not telling me these things? Ow. Not to look at it, hold on. I've been telling you. Nah, what? Why does Google show my search Shonda Black girlfriend? What are y'all looking up? This is y'all. What comes up though? Based on available information, there's no widely confirmed public information regarding a current girlfriend for streamer Shonda Black. Past undefined. What? What? I think you got me confused with a different person. Is this okay? Now I have to show you this because it's so insane. AI is so funny. I was like, what? What it says like. Based on available information, there's no widely confirmed or public information regarding the current girlfriend for streamer Shonda Black. Past unverified reports suggest a previous relationship with someone named Devon, but details are scarce and are not officially documented. I'm like, where did you get that from? And it got me confused with this different Sean on Twitch. That's not me. This is not me. His name is not the Black. I'm the Black. I think it's racism. Yeah, it's starting drama. People also search for Shonda Black girlfriend name, Shonda Black girlfriend breakup. That's so funny. Anyway.
25.
Alongside the help of Coach and his best friend, Chandler.
Chandler!
Yo, let's go, Chandler!
And the subscriber giveaways are too numerous to count. They're so impromptu that when he did the whole thing with recruiting
album, I guess not.
Kids to clean up his merchandise in grocery stores for a chance to win something, it barely even registered until it happened to break containment and some adults noticed what was going on. Everything that we've talked about, the obsession with money, the poorly thought out games, the cheapness of everything surrounding the giant pile of cash, the thoughtless, disposable nature of the end product, the transactional subscribe for a cookie nature of the channel, the sheer tackiness of giving a kid a Mr. Beast branded prosthetic.
That's
people feel that.
Crazy.
Turns out, sitting on piles of fake money to signal wealth is actually very cheap. Look, they even let us do it. Whenever someone be cheap. Look,
it's so funny seeing everybody else take pictures of throwing out the money. You see Dan just being like, "Welp, I guess we're here."
Even let us do it. Whenever someone in a focus group asks you a question, the question itself betrays an anxiety. So being flown a couple thousand miles to be asked by the most subscribed YouTuber in the history of ever, how do you build fandom, says something very telling about how Tame Beast sees itself, its place in the culture, and its place in the future. And, you know, I don't have access to the Mr. Beast dashboard beyond the screenshots Jimmy posts to social media, but I'm something of a data guy myself. Out of raw curiosity, I graphed the performance of every main channel MrBeast video from his first viral counting video to present, and while there's a lot of caveats in these numbers, and by any objective measure of YouTube success, these numbers are still incomprehensible, but there's a very interesting trend in the data.
Oh, he's going down!
Now, this is just a single axis of a very complex operation, but if I were a metrics-obsessed business and I saw this, I might get a little spooked.
Because again, he's not growing anymore. Still making millions upon millions of dollars, but he's not growing anymore. And if you are a capitalist, this is death to you, right? If you make, even being like here, you're better than you were here, but you're not as good as you were back there, right? It's a concept that I've spoken about before called the growth imperative. It's what describes a business failing under capitalism if it does not achieve infinite growth. But the problem with that is that infinite growth is impossible. You can't always grow. You can't do it. And so this is why capitalism is always doomed as a system to fail, because success under capitalism is predicated on infinite growth, and infinite growth, even under capitalism, is impossible. Resources are finite. Growth is finite. You cannot grow infinitely. That's what causes businesses to crash and burn, right? This is scary for investors. Investors are pulling out. Shareholders are selling their shares. People are dropping out of the operation when there's still millions of dollars to be made because you're not growing anymore. And that's the issue. That's the problem.
I still don't actually know why I was invited to MrBeast Studios, and at this point, I probably never will. The exercise was supposed to be hype, clearly. Every interaction with the staff was infused with a delirious enthusiasm, but I just left haunted by a profound sense of tragedy. This glimpse inside a vast industrial machine that exists to produce nothing. Beast Industries pumps things out in service of a metric defined by its own existence. It does philanthropy, but is blind to anything that can't be encapsulated in a 10-word title and a thumbnail. They will rescue slaves, then shamelessly fly to Saudi Arabia so Chandler can drive Jim around in a Lambo.
Yo, let's go, Chandler!
And all of this compounds. The inefficient operations obsessed with metrics lead to a business that, as Jimmy keeps saying on talk shows, isn't making any money because they spend it all. The gilded cage of the channel's dominance means they simply cannot stop making stuff, and the deeply baked corporate culture of artlessness means there's no room for experimentation or reevaluation. Despite the money, the whole thing is cheap and plastic. Jimmy has, in his career, published dozens of videos that any other channel would have simply scrapped in production. This has been a successful strategy in terms of growth, but has tainted the image. The failure of the bluff game is embarrassing from a production standpoint. Just an absolutely entirely foreseeable own goal that heads should have rolled over, but it had to go out the door as it was. Too much was riding on it. And it's not even a one-off. The whole season is littered with moments like that. It's just the poster child. The brand is a hodgepodge of ill-considered, basically random ventures, from toys to candy to meat snacks to ghost kitchens to soon financial services, with the only common denominator being that it's directed at children. How you build fandom is by making something people want to watch because it's fun or interesting or profound, and not just because it hacks the attention pathways of 9-year-olds. The Beast Empire is comically precarious, suffering from the conditions of its own success, and for a brief moment, I got to drift past it. A flailing animal, a great beast of the sea, ill-considered, impulsive, no real plan, dysfunctional, obsessed with weird stuff, committed 100% to the immediate term, hurtling itself forward into anything and everything out of an existential fear that if it ever stops swimming for long enough to get its bearings, it will die. Team Beast spent $30,000 to fly 12 YouTubers out to North Carolina to show them some fields, feed them sandwiches, and ask them questions that could have been an email. Why? There is no why. It's just what they do.
What a good video. True. And while I let these credits play, I'm gonna go run because the stream is over. But if you do want to see my 40K miniature painting conversation, where I show you a few of the miniatures that I've painted, then stick around for the after credits to see that. But if you don't, thank you for watching. Subscribe before you leave. Use your Prime if you have it. Just go ahead and check if you have it. If you have an Amazon Prime account, connect it with your Twitch account, you get a free Prime subscription a month. Costs you nothing. Gives me money. Twitch gets nothing from it. Well, they do, technically. They get 30% of it. But I would appreciate it. You're paying minis? Indeed. I have joined the 40K, Warhammer 40K team. And all I have to do now is find people in North Carolina to play against. And then that will be it. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, I'm Harry Anton, and today we're counting down the top 10 key groups that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, but have since...
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you with, Is this Kodaki? I can't tell. Anyway. I wasn't gone for long. I only played for 7 seconds. I took my sweet time walking up the stairs though. But yeah. Yeah, I will show you my... Oh, I didn't paint the eyes on this one. It's fine. Okay. Look at my beautiful miniatures. Hold on. I have two miniatures that I've painted. Look at it. Look at the miniatures. They are little guys. You painted them? I did paint these. Hold on. See my face again. I'll see when a little. As we're gonna metallic details, very clean. Thank you. When a little secret. Also, don't pay attention to my band-aid. When a little secret chat. One of these is 3D printed. But it's pretty difficult to tell. So we're gonna hobby store these paint are not cheap. They are not cheap, but I bought a set. It came with the paints, basically. You wouldn't download a car, would you? I just wanted to see if it was easy to do. I would. That's also true. If there was an option. Really? I did not know this. I just set up a Google alert for my name. Hey Siri, play Jay-Z's Story of OJ.
The Story of OJ.
No, don't actually play. Okay, sorry. I have a video ID. Like, what do you mean video ID?
So why? What is the Aries Black History Month? We out there. We out there. He's got 7,000 upvotes too. W. And shout out to whoever took a screenshot of this because they liked the tweet before they did it. Respect. You didn't have home pod play. Sorry, my bad. There's another one too, but it's too much for my history. There's probably one. My most liked tweet of all time was my Kendrick Lamar one. Hold on. Oh, y'all can't even see this. LOL. This was the post. Trying to find it. I have a lot of tweets that did very popular. I found it. This is my most liked tweet of all time. You can't even see it because NFR got suspended. But it was basically about Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance. It got 704,000 likes. I say he's gonna kill Drake live. So, because it's hilarious. Good tweet. Thank you. There's also another tweet that I saw. This one got 166,000 likes on Theo Von's post that he deleted. I think thematically the show is about Kendrick refusing to conform to white American standards, so this makes sense. 166,000. You also had another one kind of recently that I had that got kind of popped off. It's kind of recently. It was probably like a few months ago. I know this one got 46. My tweets kind of do well. If you watch basketball, you probably take off in the algo. Not gonna lie. Yeah, but like, sports. We got like 46,000. So it sucks that Twitter is literally my most successful platform. I probably had like 1 billion engagement on Twitter. In totality, as in like views, likes, retweets, comments. It will be threads soon, maybe. But yeah, that's my little miniature painting journey. These are both ultramarines. I'm thinking I want to repaint these as Death Watch. But I wanted to figure out how to paint first. I like this one. This one kind of turned out the best. Because this is the one that I got from the kit, and actually it came out pretty smooth. You can't really see it because of the... I don't know, I kind of like it. But anyway, because of Death Watch ones, they're mostly black. They're black with depending on what chapter it is, you can get any real color you want. I was thinking maybe like a black and like a reddish thing with like red light highlights and stuff. I don't know. I think about it. You use sports as drama, and at the end of sports, do you have so much drama? Yeah, they do. I'd be like, no way did LaMelo Ball do that thing in that one game that one time. I think that's the thing that people would say. Anyway, thank you for watching. I'm gonna get some food. I'm freaking hungry. I always paint over the ones that you don't like as much and check the colors and see how they look. Hope you have fun painting them. I do. It's a little time consuming, but I do. One day I'll paint an Imperial Knight. It'd be sick. Check the video I sent. No, wait, what video was it? Maybe. Oh, wait, it was this video. One of the ones that I have here. There's so much that I have on the docket I haven't covered yet. Oh my goodness, there's so much.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by left and call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
Captain Hun Cal, thank you very much for joining us in War Room.
This is great. I know.
Here's the video of our new acting Navy Secretary. Thanks. Wow. Wow. What a great country we're on. I don't know what this is. Sosa Undercover. I can't watch this, chatter, because it's members only, and I'm not a member at this channel. Unfortunately. This video for David, you get a chance. Come back for tomorrow. Today the stream is ending. We have to see it in article on Hasan. We did finish the voting ideas video though. We got one down. Every time we finish a video, there's always 3 more that take its place like a Hydra. But thank you all for watching. But yeah, save your link for tomorrow. And we'll get into it tomorrow. By the time you throw out the concept list, you're gonna have your PhD. Yeah. Hopefully, my goal is to have this. If I get my master's while I work on my PhD, hopefully I can also teach while I'm doing it, so I can get some teaching credits and experience being a professor. Maybe at like a community college, or maybe I get an adjunct or something, and then I get my PhD and I become a full-time tenured professor. Professor. Because you're getting your hard work. Thank you. I'm a little bit surprised. Did you apply for a summer lead job? I did apply for a summer lead job, yes. I'm just waiting to hear back. So, thank you all for watching. Bye.